Hi there, welcome along. It is week 9 of Series 5 here at the MODUS Super Series, and the question is, who can stop Luke Littler? The 16-year-old defending champion is already through to finals night, and today, across 2 sessions of darts, we will find out which 5 players will join him on Saturday night here at the Super Series. Group C is about to reach its conclusion, and there are 6 players battling out for 2 spots. Here is how the land lies after yesterday. Willem Mandiger's misery continued. The Dutchman hasn't won a game since Monday and goes into Friday on a 17-match losing streak. His compatriot, Patrick van den Bogaard, didn't fare much better on Thursday. The former weekly winner only picked up 1 victory, and that was against the pointless Mandigers. Harry Ward threw some good stuff though, and he sits on 6 points and is firmly in contention for finals night. As are the duo on debut. Jeff Murray got off to a flying start, winning his first 3 games to collect 6 points. ADC qualifier Richard Hosey amassed the same amount, and he occupies the all-important 2nd place by virtue of leg difference. But at the top, it's brilliant Białecki, the Pole in position to qualify after a perfect start to Group C. Yeah, it was a very, very strong start from Sebastian Białecki. Paul Nicholson alongside me. Do you think he's pretty much there, a win or 2 away?
Almost there. I think it's risky to say that he's already going to qualify. He's a very hard worker and a great professional at a very young age, but he's still got work to do. And I looked at the way he was preparing this morning in his typical way, not saying much, just having a bit of time on the stage and plenty of darts backstage. He'll be ready, but he knows that he's got to get at least 2 wins today just to make sure. Yeah, well, after that 5-star showing, he is indeed the man at the top of the Group C table. Behind him, Richard Hosey and Jeff Murray. Now, they play in the 2nd game today. How significant could that showdown be? It could be. I don't think we'll see the full significance of it until later in the schedule. And I think there's going to be a lot of people out there on Planet Darts today thinking that Harry Ward, with his experience, even though he's younger than the other 2, he's probably the one who will probably get into the top 2. But there's a lot of things that can happen in the first couple of rounds. By the time we get to 3 o'clock, we'll have a much clearer picture.
Well, let's see how the odds compilers see it. Obviously, Sebastian Białecki, odds-on favourite. This is the outright betting to win the group. But it does give us an indication that they kind of lean towards what you've just said, that Harry Ward is a favourite to join him.
That's because of what he's done here in the past. He has qualified for a Saturday night. His 2 closest rivals are debutants as well, so they've never been in this position. And arguably, they've never been in any sort of position like this in their darts career. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond to that. Yeah, you also saw the 500 to 1 on Willem Mandigers to win the group. Now, for that to happen, everybody would have to get 10 points. That would be some dramatic day, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's not going to happen. So I think Willem just wants to win a game today. I think he wants to break that losing streak, and I really hope he does. Yeah, I can guarantee that that 500 to 1 on him to win the group is not going to be in today's bet builder. But here is what is. Białecki on the handicap, minus 1.5 against van den Bogaard, who had a difficult day himself yesterday. Murray and Hosey to go a long, long way at 1-2 over 5.5 legs, and then van den Bogaard versus Hosey. Just to hit 180 Hosey in that match, as the treble pays about 4.5 to 1. It's not bad, and it's not at that 5 to 1 range that we're always looking for, but I think Białecki, van den Bogaard at 1.5 minus there in the handicap, that's probably the one that scares me the most, because I do get the feeling that when you look at Patrick, yes, he did struggle yesterday, but if he brings what he did on Monday, he'll be more threatening. But the other 2, yeah, I think they're good. Right, you know the last question. Give me 2 names. Who's going through? Ward and Białecki. There we go. And one of them is playing in this opening match. Harry Ward takes on Willem Mandigers, looking to end that losing streak. Or will Ward get off to a winning start that might see him seal a spot at finals night? Let's find out. Paul is going to head downstairs to join Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Murph. And we kick off Group C, Day 2, the way we ended Day 1. Harry Ward taking on Willem Mandigers. And this was a must-win game yesterday for Harry Ward to keep himself in the mix. He got through that one. It wasn't the prettiest of performances, but he got the result and the points that he needed. A former Players' Championship winner taking on Mandiguez, who's on an absolutely horrid run of results at the moment. He's going to need to break that somewhere. And he's taking on a former PDC tour card holder. A man who yesterday had the biggest range of performance out of any one of the players. Now, what we mean by range of performance is the difference between his best
First leg,
performance
it's Harry to throw first. Game on.
and his worst performance of the day. His worst performance was this fixture. Fixture number 5 against Willem Mandiguez, a 74.72. His best being a 91.68.
59.
That's a range of 17 points difference. Now, that means he's not got that consistency
140.
across day one. Certainly the consistency that we'd expect from a player that's won a PDC Pro Tour event and a player who's had a tour card for
43.
multiple seasons like Harry Ward has.
$140.
I'm going to ask you the same question, Matt. Do you think it's going to be the top two as it stands with Hosey and Białecki, or do you think Harry's going to do it today alongside the poll?
100.
I think that's a great question, really, because I was really impressed with Richard Hosey yesterday. I thought he put in a really good level of performance on debut. Can he
100.
do it again? We'll find out. We know Harry Ward can, and I think today from Harry Ward, we're going to see that range of performance just shrink. I think 17 points is far
60.
too big for a
William
player with the
Require
experience he's got.
121.
But while we're talking about that, we're missing this performance from Mandiguez.
89.
Good start here from Mandiguez. He's left himself on the finish. It was a bit peculiar.
How often do you see someone hit double 11 to leave double 16?
41.
That is one of the greatest
William
misses
Require
we've seen this week.
32.
Maybe that's what he needs. Something unexpected.
Game shot on the
And that is the
first leg.
lead for Mandiguez,
Willem
and that is something we
Mandiguez.
haven't said a lot over the last few days. I suppose the next question has to be,
Second
now
against
that
Willem
the
to throw
pressure is
first.
firmly
Game
off Willem Mandiguez, he's 8 points behind the top spot. Let's face it, he's not going to qualify. Can he just go out there,
21.
shackles off, and finally put something together? Because there's no pressure on him apart from this losing streak, which he really wants to break.
140.
Well, he's got to be perfect, hasn't he? He's the 500 to 1 now, so he's still got the chance of winning the group. It'd be the most ironic
100.
thing ever if we've picked up on that odds of the biggest outsider and then they actually go and do it. But I think there's more pressure on him than ever. I do think that sometimes we think about,
100.
like I say, the shackles being off and it should be easy from here. But actually, as a player, you don't think like that. You almost feel embarrassed at the performance you've done.
180.
I wouldn't be surprised if when he's been getting back to the hotel, he's tried to stay off his phone. He doesn't want messages. He kind of wants to shut off and hope no one's watching.
91.
It's like when you fall over, you sort of look around straight away, don't you, see if anyone's seen you do it.
I just asked James Beaton.
81. Harry Require 170.
Lovely first start. Dart 2 wasn't bad either.
145.
And you heard the clip of the wire on that
William Require
170 attempt.
119.
No shot at the outer ring here for
59.
Willem this
Harry
time.
Require 25.
Double 8, just about.
9.
Well,
William
Mandiguez is getting
Require
early
60.
opportunities now. And it's these opportunities that he needs to take. That's a really good single.
20.
But he got
Harry
further away.
Require 16.
So he's getting chances, but he's been carving them out. He's been earning his own opportunities. But now it's back to the same old story for Mandiguez, where he's got to kind of hope that Harry Ward does not
Game
hit.
on the second leg.
That
Harry
hope
Ward.
is stamped out by Harry Ward. The early breaker throw from Mandiguez is gone. And the look of resignation on the face
Gotta
of,
get Harry
here
to
we
throw
go
first.
again
Game on.
for Willem Mandiguez.
I don't think he wants that to be his nickname. Here we go again.
Isn't that a song?
80.
White Snake. Right in my wheelhouse. What a tune. Yesterday, Harry Ward, like Matt mentioned,
123.
had a big range of performance. Mandigas has constantly decreased in productivity over the course of the week.
85.
His worst daily statistics yesterday, 74.18. And his doubles percentage crept down to 21% as well.
100.
In fact, the overall doubling yesterday was subpar. We can't ignore that. 28% overall.
140.
But I want to compare yesterday with all of the different days in Group A. So let's do that, shall we?
43.
Day 1 in Group A, we had 261 darts at double with 82 hits. We had a much better time of it on Tuesday. 217 darts at double with 82 hits again.
65.
Fast forward
Harry require 150.
to Thursday in Group C, 322 darts at a double. That's an enormous hike compared to Tuesday. Over 100 darts more at double.
77. William, you require 170.
That's why we had quite a lot of games sort of go the distance. Some matches that if you do like that
26.
over
Harry require
5.5
38.
market, you'd have been loving this Group C.
Game shot in the third leg. Harry Ward.
It was an inviting start for Willem, but that seems like a long time ago now as Harry Ward takes the lead. And just how important is it that he gets these 2 points? Because if everybody beats Willem again in the early portion of the schedule,
180.
there is genuine pressure on the person playing Willem because they need to do the same as the others.
It's one of those situations
134.
where if Willem does beat one of these contenders, it's like that contender's playing with a handicap
59.
because he would be the only person to have lost to Willem.
And then you've got the one win that Mandiga's got was against
57.
Andy Bolton, which from a form perspective makes no sense. Because Bolton had a pretty good time of it last night in Group B, which was a fairly tumultuous 10-game group. You've had a look at the outright betting for the week, haven't you, Matt, about Littler compared to Bolton? What's the latest?
Well, Luke
60.
Littler went in to be massive favourite on the back of winning Group A, and he's still big favourite now to do so, but that odds has gone back out again. You can now get odds against.
41.
So 11 to 10 available. What that tells us about the odds compilers is they think they've seen enough in Andy Bolton last night to think he could stop Luke Littler on Saturday and be the
19.
first man to stop Luke Littler walking away with the first place prize.
59.
Yes, because let's face facts. Every time Luke Littler comes here, it's like he's printing checks, like Leonardo DiCaprio in Catch Me If You Can.
100. William, you require 138.
Honours even here after 5 visits. Ward's going to get a look at that 131. Not an easy ask.
86. Harry require 131.
He did have a 150 yesterday. Shots on. Shot is off. And this is where
74.
Mandigas
William, you
can't
require
afford
52.
to miss. These 2 dart conversions must be found.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Well, if in
Willem
doubt,
Mandigas.
go for something that has been quite fruitful, and double 14 has been fairly cooperative to him this week.
Fifth leg, it's Harry to throw first.
You
Game
sounded like a darting Mr. Miyagi. Shot on, shot off.
I will take that as a compliment. I love Mr. Miyagi.
28.
Did you know what else he was in?
No.
He was all very famous for Karate Kid, was that actor.
39.
But he was also in Happy Days with Ron Howard and the Fonz.
180.
Well, if the Fonz was here, we'd give you 2 thumbs up and say, hey.
84.
Ironically, just on the back of a 180.
And there is a really good Halloween costume for Champions Week for our referee, Owen Binks.
140.
There you go, Owen. You can wear those shiny shoes of yours and you can come as the Fonz.
85.
Probably doesn't even know who the Fonz is.
153.
Do you know the real name of the Fonz, the actor that played him?
No.
He also played the
97.
coach in Waterboy with Adam Sandler.
Ironically, a film we was quoting all the way back to the house last night.
Indeed. Henry Winkler.
43. Harry required
Very
56.
famous actor. Oh, that's a big miss. That's missed by a good inch and a half.
If you didn't know better, you'd think he was throwing at the 7. It's so far central into the bed.
Oh, and that's 2 misses. That is 41 points, leaving 15.
48.
He's left double 4, and it's a really good job for him that Willem is only halfway through the leg.
60. Harry required 8.
Likes it in this corner. Usually.
Game shot.
Likes double 1, though. It gives him a 3-2 lead.
Harry Ward.
Now, the leg difference in this group is such that if he wins tight here, Harry Ward,
first. Game on.
it's not the end of the world, because if we take Białecki out of the equation on 10 points and +9 before he's even played,
135.
Hosey, Murray and Ward have all got the same points and are split in leg difference by 2 legs. So at the minute,
59.
just getting the points is all he needs to do.
$100.
And we said about Harry Ward taking on Białecki as the opening game. Would that be a friend or a foe?
96.
It could actually turn out to be a bit of a friend, because he may be going up against Białecki in his last game today, when Białecki might already be through.
That's a good point.
134.
They might both be through by then. There may even be a battle for the top spot. But if you speak to most people who play in a Group C scenario, or indeed a Group B scenario, they don't care if it's first or second. They just want to be there on Saturday. The job is to get to Saturday, then be at the top of the tree.
That's the exact way I played it. So when I came in and played in this, I was about qualifying. That's all that mattered to me. But as soon as I qualified, I had to win the group.
Game shot
3-3, and Mandigas will have a chance to break that losing streak here in the last leg shootout. Yesterday, he had a game where he was 3-1 up and lost.
First. Game on.
Another chance to get 2 points for the first time since game 3 on Monday.
134.
And let's face it, in the context of the story of what we're going to see, in the context of the story of this group and the qualification and Saturday night,
60.
This means 100% to Harry Ward, and Mandigas is just a passenger for that story. But he could help others in the group.
134.
We have the record for the amount of games lost.
22.
It's 19. I just want to double check.
He's in big trouble here. There's 2 things that are happening. Mandigas is not finding, and Harry Ward is. 2 big power trebles in all 3 of his visits so far. Let's give him a massive comfort blanket in this one.
112.
If you're going to play your best darts in a match, always save it for the last leg.
It's a good sign
56.
of character, isn't it? When you can produce on demand, when you really need to. You pull out a leg like this, where sub 15 would force Mandigas into 12.
56.
You can fast track your confidence if you can do this in last leg deciders. There you go. Harry Ward is tested in his first game of the day, but provisionally he's in a qualification spot. He's played one more game than the others, but the losing streak of Mandigas now goes to 18. We'll talk about that more when he comes back in game 5 to play his good pal Patrick van den Bogaard. But for now, Harry Ward wins the first one by 4 legs to 3. Thank you for joining us once again. And now it's time to see the two ADC qualifiers go head-to-head here in this second match. And they've just seen their closest rival in qualification through this group win his first game by 4 legs to 3 in Harry Ward. This is Jeff Murray from the northeast of England. Currently his hometown of Felling, just south of Newcastle. But he's a Jarrah lad. We'll talk about that more in a second. But this is Richard Horsey, who had a very good first day. Played some brilliant darts early on, especially in winning his debut match. But it'll be fascinating to see how this one goes compared to how their game went yesterday in game 14. That was their 5th of the day. This is their first. What do you expect to be different? Yeah, Matthew Edgar.
Well, I don't think he's going to have that adrenaline as such. We saw yesterday he had the highest checkout in this group, 160.
Jeff first. Game on.
That came in the very first leg he played on that stage. And I think that's where the adrenaline was pumping and he was all new and exciting. Now he's familiar with it. It's now
95.
the stage that he's shown us he could play on a regular basis. Now you've got to back up that performance, and we're going to see who gets to do that today.
93.
Based on what we have seen already today with Harry, what we've seen yesterday, do one of these two people go through to Saturday?
60.
I think the winner of this match is going to be in with an opportunity to do so, where the loser is going to be 2 points disconnected, but from
58.
2 players. And I think that could be the issue. I think this game's quite key at this early point for one of these two to give themselves opportunity.
This is good stuff from Jeff.
140.
Yesterday he was wearing a dart shirt that was covered in game console paraphernalia. As for today,
56.
your guess is as good as mine. Looks like a cow.
60.
It's really hard to make out what it is.
Certainly not as interesting as yesterday's one, is it?
Yeah, yesterday's was looking
100.
rather sinister.
Jeff, you're 140.
It looks like a bull. Let's put it that way. Not a cow. We'll say it's a bull. That kind of makes sense, considering what's in the centre of the board. Well, that was a chance for a big out of his own. Yesterday, Murray's biggest finish, you saw in our highlights package at the start of the show, 123.
140.
Rosie is not going to start as hot as yesterday.
32.
Still not a bad leg, though.
Game
Good
shot on the
shot.
first leg.
That closes
Jeff
Hosey
Murray.
out and refuses to give him a shot. Jeff doing a very good job there.
Second against Richard to throw first.
We did get to the
Game
bottom
on.
of the tag on the shirt yesterday as well. It wasn't something that was left on the inside. It was actually printed. So that's that
89.
mystery solved. But he also said to us this morning he currently dwells in Felling. He was born and raised in Germany. I didn't ask him why. I didn't want to
60.
pry. But he's a Jarrow lad. And when you talk about Jarrow, two things come to mind. Shipbuilding and Steve Cram.
23.
Very famous middle distance runner who was from Jarrow. And their famous athletics club.
I'm going to get really technical here because I think this is something you'd probably understand better
100.
than me. Let's say Jeff Murray career takes off and he starts throwing in regular 95 averages.
96.
Where does he play in terms of the World Cup? Does he represent Germany because that's where he was born? Or does he represent England because that's where he lives?
It's a question that is on the lips of many people right now
123.
in many different sports. It would be his choice. Someone like Elliot Anderson, who plays for Newcastle United. He's from Shields, up in North Tyneside.
140.
But he's contemplating playing for Scotland. Look at someone like Declan Rice,
60.
who's playing for Ireland.
Richard Jivak 153.
No, he's one of England's best midfielders. And now we're having the same conversation about Evan Ferguson at Brighton and Hove Albion.
121. Jeff Jivak 158.
Oh, that's a lovely dart, isn't it? Just misses out on the second. He's scaring the big finishes early here.
98.
Missed out on the
Richard Jivak
146 earlier
32.
in leg one.
Game shot on the
Well,
second
that was a
leg.
really interesting
Richard
situation there because he
Hosey.
dropped a dart. And for a moment, I was thinking the right thing to do there is to stop, retrieve the dart, and go again.
Look, it's Jeff to throw
But he
first.
decided to just go
Game on.
anyway, and it worked.
You say he's scaring the big finishers. He's not scaring Richard Hosey. This is a game that I've highlighted as being a very important one. And I'm sure when the players
95.
looked at the table, especially with Harry Ward doing the double over Mandiguez, because since Jeff Murray took on Richard Hosey yesterday, Harry Ward's put 4 points on the table.
180.
And that was his job, wasn't it? He had to do that. Yesterday, when these two played, Hosey was a comfortable winner of 4-1. What he would give to do that again.
55.
180s will age a cause, that's for sure. He's got his first one here in leg two. And that's to add to the 4 that he got yesterday.
85.
In fact, both of these players got 4 yesterday.
$100.
Is it me or is Jeff Murray a little bit calmer today?
It's maybe because the shirt's less sinister.
100.
Might have more of a calming influence.
He doesn't seem as aggressive, as in your face as he did yesterday, which I quite liked.
100. Richard, 136.
I think we judge people on an entire campaign, but you may be right that here on Friday he just feels a bit more at ease with the challenge. Debut days are funny things.
100.
You don't really know how you're going to behave until the whole thing's over.
151.
Another chance on a big out. He has a look at tops. Oh,
Game
how
shot
good is
in the
that? Look
third
what Richard
leg.
Horsey had left.
Jeff Murray.
36. Superb shot.
Fourth leg, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
That was to hold his throw. Richard Horsey was one dart away from breaking the throw and then throwing first for the 3-1 lead.
95.
This is a good quality game.
And if you consider the disparity between the top 4 in this group and the bottom 2, who we can almost discount already.
134.
Let's forget about the points tallies at the minute. Let's talk about what they've done as far as personal best finishes are concerned this week.
46.
Because Patrick van der Bogaard and Willem Mandigers have got personal best outs in this group of 78 and 88, respectively. The top 4,
41.
Białecki's got a 156, Horsey's got a 160, Ward's got a 150, and now Murray's got a 151. More evidence
43.
that the top 4 are just playing better than the bottom 2.
I just feel that big haymaker blow there from Jeff Murray's just landed a little bit on Horsey here. It's just knocked him out of his stride very slightly.
57.
Considering what he's left as big finishes so far in this match, what's he going to leave from this position? 170?
58.
Not quite.
In games like this, where there's so much importance on the win in terms of how it's going to affect your entire week, you tend to find there's a nervy, edgy leg, which goes a bit
100.
scrappy. But whoever wins that tends to come out on top. I feel like we're watching that right now.
Are you referencing that leg that Jeff had with Białecki yesterday?
100. Richard, you require
The averages
160.
just jumped off a cliff.
$65.
Interesting
Richard,
play to
require
leave 95.
108.
Not many people would have gone to the 25 instead of the 20s there. Now, interestingly for me, he didn't have to
92.
go for that
Richard, you
57 there. He
require
could have gone
95.
travel 17 for double 19 for the open bed. Double 16. And this
Game shot
game
in the fourth
is
leg.
locked again.
Richard Horsey.
I think this is a very
Fourth leg, it's
fair
Jeff
fight
to throw
right now.
first. Game on.
It's a very high quality fight. That was a superb finish there from Richard Horsey. Didn't even entertain the idea of trying to get the 2 darts at the double. Just went safe.
60.
Wanted to guarantee himself at least a dart at the ball. And that's some way to respond after just having that 151 hit against him.
Speaking of that shot, if you went that route
96.
20 years ago for 95, you were seen as an innovator. Someone who thinks their way around the dartboard.
It's
amazing how things can change.
180.
They've both got a 180 now. But you think about all of the elite players now on a 95 shot. How many of them go bull first?
99.
It's just the evolution of sport. I remember goalkeepers would train on booting the ball out for a goal kick. Now they
59.
just trickle it a couple of yards and everyone plays out of the back. Just how sports and games evolve.
You're absolutely right, you know, because one of the first rules of being a central defender when I was playing football as a youngster,
96.
never pass the ball across the goal face. That was rule number 1. And if we were found doing that, we would get a rot on the knuckles. Nowadays, they do it all the time.
105.
As a centre-back, you'd get about 30 yards from your goal line and wait for the ball to float over your head and the midfielders would battle it out. Nowadays, you're expected to go collect it and
134.
start the
If you
transition.
require 97.
Or if you're Fabian Shea, just make your way down the pitch and about 20 yards out, belt it past Donnarumma into the top right corner.
37.
Surprisingly, only reference number
76.
2. I thought we'd be getting many more of those, but this is another opportunity now for Hosey. An opportunity to break the throw. He's got 2 darts.
Game shot on the 5th
Well,
leg.
How
Richard
good is that?
Hosey.
He finds a break of throw. He's been ever so patient. He's seen Jeff Murray have shots at big
See if it's
outs,
Richard to throw
scare them,
first.
and even hit
Game
one.
on.
In the case of that 151, Murray has raised his performance level to 87 and change here. His best average yesterday was 81.53. He is well above what he was doing yesterday, and he's still behind.
But so is Richard Hosey. Richard Hosey running at nearly a 90 average in this one. The best he did yesterday, 85.49 in
180.
defeat. So this is a game where 2 players need the result and they're both playing their best performance of the week.
100.
Yeah, it almost has the feeling of a final here in game 2. And he will be playing an additional game tomorrow, won't he, Hosey? He's going to be playing Mark Hilton for a belt.
One of those ADC titles will be on the line tomorrow before we come on the air for the Super Series finals.
100.
You got to say, the way he's playing, I think he may be walking out of here with a championship.
I think Mark Hilton might have something to say about that. He did get a win last night,
100.
but he is at the foot of the table come 10 o'clock tonight in Group B. This one might not be over yet.
57.
I'm giving Jeff a
Jeff,
ton of credit here.
121.
This is his best performance here this week by a stretch. Double 18.
85.
Even when he misses, it's a lot closer.
But he's bought himself time. And a game like this, where both players are playing their best performance, it only feels
95.
right and fitting
Jeff,
that
you
it goes to a
require
deciding leg.
36.
Does it? It might not.
27. Richard, you require 89.
How fitting that both players are averaging 89. And it is 89 for the match. Double 5.
84.
That is the first sign
Jeff,
of
you require
frustration
9.
from Hosey the last couple of days. Another wire double in the bottom, also the top right corner.
5. Richard, you require 5.
They've both got small, odd numbers to win the leg, but this one is to win the match. And win the match he
Game shot
does.
and the match.
That was a really
Richard
good
Hosey.
game. Jeff Murray has got time on his side. He's still got 4 games to go. But if that man keeps winning, he will find his way to Saturday night. That was a really, really good, even contest with only quarter of a point between them in the averages. But ultimately, the misses at double for Murray would have cost him. He loses by 2 legs, and Hosey takes the 2 points. We now look at game number 3 here on Friday afternoon. And it is our first look at Patrick van den Bogaert up against the table leader in Bolt Białecki. A lot of people overnight saying that they think that Sebastian is going to qualify. 19-year-old from Poland. And the likelihood is he probably will qualify. But he cannot take his foot off the pedal, because if he does, there are people behind him like Hosey and Ward and Murray who could usurp him. But Patrick, realistically, with 2 points in the table, 6 points behind the top 2. It's going to be a big ask. He hit the most 180s in Group C yesterday, 10. That was a fabulous effort. And there haven't been many better efforts than that this week.
First leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
When you can hit that many 180s across a campaign, and remember, he didn't hit any in his last game. They all came in the first couple of fixtures. That's why he's top of the table, because he's just getting those extra opportunities at the back end of the games due to that big power scoring.
I do believe the most amount of 180s we've seen in a daily campaign this week came from Luke Littler in 13. Not a bad effort.
100.
I just want to pick up on something before we get into the meat of this game as well. We saw Sebastian Białecki before he started sort of getting a bit of range of movement in the arm and the shoulder, swinging the arm around at the back of the stage.
100.
This is something we've seen quite a lot this week. Andy Bolton stands out because he's doing it almost every single throw. Are we putting this over to the players now and saying,
100.
I don't think they're managing this correctly? Because traditionally, what a dart player will do is they'll just turn up to the venue. I'm guilty of this myself. I'll get me darts out the case and we just throw at the board until we feel comfortable. Isn't there a process that should happen
42.
before you get to the venue to maintain throughout a long period of time like the Super Series?
Couldn't agree more. I speak to many people about what they do prior to practicing and what they do post-practicing. How many players do you know that warm up their wrists correctly?
I agree, and I fully wish
100.
I knew what I knew 15 years ago.
Yeah, me too. Let's see what Patrick does with his 161 first. That's an interesting approach.
83.
We might get a little bit of the weird and the wonderful from Patrick here today. You're not going to get weird, but you might get wonderful from Seb.
78.
78 to break the throw for the former weekly champion from Series 4.
Game shot on the
Lovely
first
shot,
set.
especially when you
Patrick
consider
van
what
den
Białecki
Bogaert.
did in the previous visit. Well, let's get back to that subject. One of the first things I
Second leg,
do
it's
every
Patrick
morning is
to
I
throw
get into
first.
this yoga pose called
Game
child's pose, where you stretch your lateral muscles and open up the shoulders a little bit, create a little bit of length in your back. I know I'm getting older at the age of 44, and these are the kind of things you've got to do. But I think dart players who stand in very awkward positions
45.
would be very wise to find things that give them range of movement, and especially to do things that stop you from getting injuries.
140.
It's becoming more and more common now in darts. It was unheard of before. It's becoming more common because there's more darts to be played. There's more practice to be done to be ready for those games to play.
50.
I do think this is like the next evolution of the game, sort of a pre-throwing darts routine.
So what areas of the body do you think would be the focus of these young stars?
137.
I think it's a breakdown of all areas. So I'm having a lot of work at the moment, and surprisingly, to my knowledge, which is something I've now learnt about, they told me one of the biggest issues I was having
140.
was my hamstrings was too tight. Because my hamstrings was tight, it was rotating my pelvis. If you think about everything that builds off the top of the pelvis, you're only going to get more issues.
44.
And it stemmed from my hamstrings.
Yeah, I once had an injury in my right shoulder, and it was to do with the left side of my back, apparently.
59.
Got to be an expert to figure these things out, but I'm with Matt on this. I think the next evolution of this sport, because of how much is played, it's time we got really clever about warm up and warm down
100.
and everything in between. If you think about Jelle Klaassen, who will play in Group B tonight, remember what his wrist was like the last time he played in the Premier League? It was black. He played all 16 weeks and he said, I'll get surgery when the whole campaign's over. Do you think they would do that in Premier League football? No, they'd get it done immediately, but darts is a different thing. Don't get paid unless you play.
Majority of the time, you don't get paid unless you win.
Magic requires 74.
This really would be a turn up for the books if he was to go 2-0 up. Not this time.
54. Sebastian, you require 10.
This is their 5th meeting of the week. Group A graduates still duking it out.
5.
And Sebastian has made a mistake.
Patrick, you require 20.
A mistake he should pay for.
He literally got to the point he was lifting the dart up. He still hadn't even
Game
looked at
on
the board.
second leg. Patrick
He
van
wasn't
den
looking at the
Bogaert.
board either when Sebastian Bielecki was throwing. I believe you was one that didn't look at the board.
So look at Sebastian to throw first.
What
Game
happens in that period of time when you're not... Are you just listening and hoping that you don't hear the call and you're listening to each dart going in, or are you just somewhere else?
I'm just listening to the little things inside my head. Spend a lot of time looking at the carpet, looking at my shoes. Just anything to try and stay in that little focused bubble. But one of the things that I didn't enjoy watching
60.
was my opponent doing things that displeased me. Like hitting lots of trebles, hitting doubles. I thought, well, what's the point in watching them do something that hurts?
58.
So I used to get myself in this circle. Throw, retrieve, walk. And just go in that circle all the time. And just try and remain as patient and as placid as possible. It didn't work very much, but I did try.
45.
There's that arm movement again in the background. And it's not just today either. It was happening at the end of yesterday.
100.
Remember, Bielecki did take part in our Group A campaign. That was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So this is his 5th day of consecutive darts.
140.
Well, let's put it another way as well. If Bielecki wins this week, he'll have played 6 consecutive days. He would then come back for Champions Week at the end of the month after playing a batch of challenge tours. His schedule might get even worse by the end of the month.
So again, this really highlights the importance, especially at 19 years old, to be doing things off the hockey.
99.
Correct. Now, the schedule is rather extensive, but it's not impossible. For a 1 o'clock start here, you might get here for 11 o'clock. You'll be done by 6.
100.
That's plenty of time to go and get some exercise, get some fresh air, to stretch out, to do things. Double top.
38.
He's had chances. He's had 6 of them.
Patrick requires
He's
92.
taken none of them. Patrick's had 4 chances and taken 2. That's darts. Is he going to go double 18? Twice?
Games
Wow.
on the third leg.
How good is this doubling
Patrick van
from
den
Patrick
Bogaert.
van den Bogaert? 3-0 up on our table topper who is wounded right now.
Fourth leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
And all of a sudden, everything bunches up a little bit again. Could Patrick play himself back into this one? Because he's going to stop the table topper reaching 12 here.
100.
When you think about it logically, if he has a perfect day today, he gets to 12 points. And on that mission, he is constantly
97.
restricting other players getting points. But there are a lot of games today where he has no say.
Do you know what I think is a deciding factor here? Mandigas. If he goes on to lose all his games again, Patrick van der Bogaard's going to be in trouble. He's not going to be able to claw that back because that means Seb will get to 12, Hosey and Ward will get to 10.
96.
So I think Mandigas is the factor. I think van der Bogaard can get back into this, but he's going to need help from his fellow countrymen.
125.
Now, Białecki's leg difference was very bright at the start of play. Sitting in a very nice +9.
58.
Lose this game 4-0, you're back in the pack. Round 2 is just as intriguing as round 1.
40.
You've got Richard Hosey against Harry Ward. They've both got 8 points. And based on the way this game has gone, one of those two people might be going top of the table. I didn't think I'd be
60.
saying that. Then you've got
Patrick
Mandigas
Maguire,
against Patrick.
141.
So that factor of Mandigas helping Patrick is out of the window for just one match. And Jeff Murray's got Białecki. That's round 2. I suggest you don't go far
95.
because this is going to get very interesting. He has been beaten 4-0 this week, Białecki,
Required 46.
but it was a while ago. If Patrick hits this, this will hurt him.
$30.
Not yet.
Sebastian, you require 85.
No 180s in this game. And lots of misses at double from Białecki, who now has to rescue the shot. And he can't.
45. Patrick, you require 16.
3 hits from 7 so far has been good enough. This is almost impossible.
No
That's
score.
why.
I think that actually
Sebastian, you
hit the
require
target.
40.
It just couldn't penetrate because the amount of equipment that was in the way, taking the pace off the dart.
It's a lifeline for Sebastian.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And he takes
Sebastian
it. No apology
Białecki.
from Białecki, who, throughout the course of the last few days, has won legs like that and has put his
Fifth leg, it's
hand up
Sebastian to throw first.
to say,
Game
I'm
on.
sorry, but he's not sorry about still being in this match. How good is the temperament of Sebastian then?
I've been impressed with how he responded from the Group A
96.
disappointment. Sebastian Białecki is the sort of player we'd expect to be topping tables, and to drop from a Group A into a Group C is not the expected.
96.
And could I go as far as saying it's not good enough for the standards that he's set and we expect?
But if we put
87.
next to his name at the end of this week that he's made 4 finals nights from 4 campaigns, that's a solid effort. That's putting him in the same sort of company as
58.
Jelle Klaassen, who was here this week. He's 4 from 4 having a chance at 5 from 5.
Does it matter how you get there as long as you get there?
Exactly.
43.
Because out of those 4 from 4, we don't dig into that and go, oh, we came runner-up in a Group C on leg difference. That is all forgotten.
60.
The only thing that's remembered is who was there and who won.
Is this game changing all of a sudden?
47.
Patrick's had multiple visits to beat Sebastian. And the next thing you know, he's way behind. And the charge
95.
begins for the pole. He's had 5 match starts.
180.
Does he get
Sebastian 52.
any more here in this leg? Was that on purpose? I'm not sure it was, you know. That was.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
I'm not confident it was on
Sebastian
purpose
Białowski.
either, on the basis that he had to sort of step back and work it out and double check himself. I wouldn't mind that play if it was on purpose, because I
See if I
like
get
darts that
Patrick
go
to
into
throw first.
focused
Game
areas rather than just into a big area like a single, or when you go for like a 10 and a 6. And it actually works out quite well throwing to an area of the board that is traditionally tried
58.
to leave this week as well.
If that was Fallon Sherrick right there, that would be on purpose, because that's how she goes for 52.
125.
6-7 minutes ago, you had Richard Hosey, you had Harry Ward and Jeff Murray rubbing their hands at the prospect of Białowski losing.
140.
It might still happen, but they're a bit more edgy about that chance.
$95.
You've played a full weekly campaign, haven't you, Matt?
Many times, yeah.
How did you feel
95.
when the week was over, physically and mentally?
Relieved. That's why you'll never see me do a full week ever again, I don't think. It just doesn't suit me and the things that are
36.
going on with my body these days. And the demands of it, this is certainly a young man's game. Not saying I'm old at 37, I'm just probably the oldest 37-year-old body-wise that exists.
100.
What can you leave? Trying to save the match again.
96.
Is that
As
enough?
you require 108.
Questionable. Another match-winning chance. At worst, Białowski has limited the damage.
56.
His leg
Sebastian
difference
149.
was in the bin. Treble 19 would have left double 16 to take us to leg 7.
101. Patrick, you require
But
52.
now Patrick wants to do exactly what Richard Hosey did in the previous game. He wants to finish it in 6. He wanted to lead double 18 there. Interesting.
38.
It's another dart miss for the match,
Sebastian,
and
you require
Białowski is living a
48.
very charmed existence here. Double 16. Huge dart, this.
16.
It doesn't get any help.
Patrick, you require 14.
6 darts missed for the match by Patrick. In 3 different visits. Make that
No
9.
score. Sebastian, you require 32.
If Sebastian was a cat, he's just used up his last life.
And he would have the throw
Game shot
in the
sixth
deciding leg, which is where this match
Sebastian
goes.
Białowski.
All games going over that 5.5 as well today. We said expect
7th
close
and
games
final
today.
against Sebastian to throw first. Game
But
on.
what a fight back this is from Bieletsky. I was writing it at 3-0 down. I thought he was done. Shows that character. And you asked me that question. What do we make of Sebastian Bieletsky?
55.
Well, I'm getting more and more impressed as this game goes on.
He might not be showing panic, but he will have felt it. It just goes to show, doesn't it? Sometimes being a swan
60.
can help your opponent. Because you think, it doesn't matter what I do. They're unflappable, I'll just beat them. But sometimes being a swan, it can frustrate your opponent
136.
to the point where it doesn't matter what I do, I can't make this guy fold. And that's exactly what Sebastian is like. He shows nothing of his hand.
60.
And look who's showing frustration now. Because I think he knows, lose this game. Bye-bye birdie. Bye-bye perfect record of making Saturdays.
99.
If he loses this, he can only get to 10 points. Bieletsky will already be gone. He'll be on 12.
100.
His leg difference is -5 as it stands at the minute.
And our next match is Richard Hosey and Harry Ward, who are both already on 8 points.
46.
This is a crucial leg for Patrick van den Bogaard.
$60.
It's not that dissimilar to what we saw from them yesterday in 6 legs. The range of performance is very similar. He doesn't give much away, Sebastian, so it will be particularly
82.
telling what he was to show if he wins. I think the most emotion we've seen from him this week was a puff of the cheeks. look at this.
140.
This is the
Sebastian
crescendo
Lecointe,
now.
83.
He left with 2. There's only one route he's really going to go for here. And it's not double top, double top. I'm amazed.
73.
He's at a match start now.
Patrick Lecointe, 81.
This exchange to me feels like one player wants it, the other one needs it. And Patrick's the man who needs it.
Match start number 10 at double 13.
55.
It's not often you see double-digit match starts missed. Bieletsky needs
Sebastian
10.
Lecointe, 10.
Has he put his darts down for the last time?
Game shot.
How
and the
has he got
match.
away with that one?
Sebastian Bieletsky.
That could be the little slice of luck that he needed. Instead of staying on 10 points, he goes to 12. And with Patrick only having 4 games left, he's pretty much eliminated now because of that fight back from 3-0 down. Bieletsky takes it by the odd leg. And without further ado, we go straight into game number 4, which will start round 2. And
First
this
leg, it's
one
Richard to throw
is to
first.
see who gets
Game
to 10
on.
points and second position now, because we're still reeling from that previous game where Białecki wins by 4 legs to 3 after being 3-0 down, Matt.
44.
Didn't see it coming. I think the only person who did see it coming was Białecki, and that's the only guy that needs to see it. He's now seeing daylight at the top of the table.
61.
We look at this in terms of someone guaranteeing that's, well, moving to that second position, should I say. But for Białecki, this is a great game to have because one of his rivals is going to
97.
drop 4 points away. And I'm sure Białecki just wants to qualify. He's in a very strong position from here.
He's got Jeff Murray in game 6,
96.
which will take us past round 2. If things go according to plan for the poll, which, let's face it, they have so far today, he could get to 14 points with 3 games
60.
to go. One of these players will have 10, and Jeff Murray could be confined to 6. Then it turns into a 3-horse race,
140.
not a 4-horse race.
Said yesterday that I felt these two would be very familiar with each other due to geography.
100.
When I went past this morning, they were sat there having a chat as if they'd known each other for years. So I think that confirms the assumption that we had.
100.
We did have a little banter this morning with Harry and with Jeff. Apparently they were watching the coverage back from yesterday via the YouTube highlights package.
60. Harry require 104.
And Harry said he only watched 1 game. But he said the remark I made about him having a beard like Aidan Kirk,
Game shot in the
as he
first
takes
leg.
that
Harry Ward.
first leg with 104 check out, looking very good. He said, the reason I haven't got a moustache with my beard is because I can't
Second
grow
leg, it's
one.
Harry to throw first. Game on.
So moving on further from what I said about the assumptions, let's play assumptions.
55.
So if I had to make my assumption on Harry Ward, I would think he was from Norway.
You think Harry Ward looks Norwegian?
Yes. At a
83.
push Icelandic.
I don't know. I think he's got a bit of a look of Pennsylvania Dutch.
60.
And for Richard Hosey, I would say he's a boxing promoter purely because he looks like John Fury.
96.
No, I think he looks like someone who'd be from Czechia. You know, one of those really solid types.
And if I had to go really extreme with this, which I like doing,
60.
I would assume Richard Hosey owns a burger van.
I can get that. I'd buy a burger from Richard.
You know, one of those like really well priced where you can get like a
139.
bacon, sausage, egg, mushrooms, the works for like £3.50.
Yeah, let's face it. If he was selling those, I'd be interested. And if he was selling a lot of them, he'd be considerably richer than me.
140.
That is one of the best West Midland jokes that I know. In fact, I'm going
80.
to set him a dare. If he wins this week, or indeed if he does win the belt match tomorrow, Richard Hosey has got to say on social media that he's considerably richer than everyone.
130.
It's an old Harry Enfield joke if you're not privy to it. Oh, we've had 104. How about 103?
85.
We did have a
Harry
player as
require
well who wanted to buy a
56.
Chinese if they won Champions Week.
Yeah, that was Happy Feet.
He's done it again. Missing the big number.
Does
24.
miss the double, but he's
Richard
costing himself
require
chances
18.
by missing singles. Good guide.
No score.
Missed it.
Harry require 32. Game
That
shot
doesn't
in the
miss.
second leg. Harry Ward.
Wasn't it us that said at the start of the show that we think Ward and Białowski will qualify?
Third leg, it's Richard
I'm
to throw
sticking with
first. Game on.
Seems to be going to plan.
Yeah, I don't think now would be the time to change your mind as he's 2-0 up here in lap 7.
80.
Richard Hosey, who's been mightily impressive, is finding himself again in one of these games where we say this is important for his campaign. The reason we say that
74.
is because he's already been beaten twice. And that rule of 3 really would come into play here. If he's to lose this, it's got to be perfect from this point.
81.
Not having been in that situation where you have to win the remainder of your games and quite early in the last day of the
57.
campaign, knowing that, that must feel like you can't put a foot wrong. Every mistake you make is
140.
magnified. This game was 4-3 yesterday to Ward. It was his best performance of the day. 40% on
56.
doubles, 91.68 the average. What he would give for something like that right now. Because comparing that to this game, you'd think a 91 and change
78.
average would be sailing through 4 or 5 legs with a victory.
$55. Richard, you record 122.
And see what he's trying to do there. 25 would have left 97. Then he'd go for that till he tops.
82.
Change of referee today. Danny McNamara is getting a break from the stage. We've got Shiny Shoes himself, Owen Binks, or as we like to call him.
84.
Grimy.
Richard, you require 40.
Double 10. There is an argument for busting
No
the score.
score.
Hence why he did it.
$60. Richard, you require 40.
Harry did not bring his scoring boots here to leg 3. And it should be a leg that he loses.
Game shot in the third
And he
leg.
does.
Richard Hosey.
It's his first double with his 9th attempt.
Fourth leg, it's Harry to throw first. Game on.
What areas of the country do you think are going to produce
140.
the really big hitters in the ADC over the next 6 months?
That's what interests me the most. Because I think
96.
sometimes areas of the country are maybe handicapped slightly because they're not as big, or they don't. Look at Yorkshire. Look how big that is.
100.
The depth of the players where, you know, you go to certain counties and there's always that superstar player. We're going to look for individuals now. We're not looking for teams. We're not looking
95.
for to judge people over 12 players. We're looking for 1. And I think we're going to really find some different areas.
So
62.
traditionally, in the inter-county days, you look at the Premiership teams like Yorkshire, Lancashire, Hampshire, London,
180.
those kinds of squads. And that's where you would get the majority of your England players. But what the ADC is doing is they're trying to find
60.
superstars
Richard,
who
you record
might be from
130.
Cumbria, from the northeast of England, from possibly the southwest towards Cornwall and Devon and Somerset.
44. Harry, record 139.
Casting the net a little wider. And that's why we've got Richard Hosey here.
28.
It's just a bit
Richard,
sloppy
you
at the
require
minute, isn't it?
86.
And you can kind of forgive it a little bit when you look at the situation that the players are in. Harry Ward's not been in these sort of
Game shot on the
situations for some
fourth
time.
leg. Richard
Hosey's not been in it before, and that was a fantastic dart there to come around. And I guess that's the
If like it's
advantage
Richard to
of
throw
using these
first.
big barrels
Game
at times, because almost made like a bit of a wall there for him.
That was a really good use of the marker, wasn't it?
59.
He was not going to hit that double 16 from the other side of the oche without being so pinpoint. You could count the microns between
80.
his point and the other dart. But as far as that shot's concerned, he had help from the right-hand side of the previous barrel, and he used it to perfection.
140.
First couple of legs of this game, Harry Ward was the better player. At the minute, he's not.
100.
That's me being super basic about this game. It's our job to describe what goes on, talk about the intricacies, but sometimes you need it to be simplistic.
94.
The game has changed because Richard has improved, Harry has regressed.
$100.
Do you give him a fighting chance of getting his tour card back in 2024? Or do you think he would benefit from maybe having another
59.
year of stuff like this?
I think everyone would benefit from a year more of doing this. I think that's a debate that players have got to have with themselves now. I think we've seen in the past too many players jump onto the tour too
140.
quickly
Richard, you reckon 149.
and then just come off it again, but they come off it a worse player because of all the baggage.
91.
Well, Richard
Harry
Horsey there was going
81.
full Rob Collins on us.
Well, if he is anything like his lookalike John Fury, watch the table.
This is not a tables match.
Game shot on
This
the fifth leg.
Is 3-2
Harry
Harry
Ward.
Ward. And if Richard was displeased with his previous visit, now he feels a
So
little
then
bit
it's Harry
sick.
to throw first. Game on. $68.
You remember my famous phrase about a shot like that? It's like going into a 3 Michelin-starred restaurant and asking for a bouillabaisse and you got a bowl of sick instead. That's how that feels
130.
when Harry Ward hit that bullseye.
For the less fine diners of us,
100.
I would describe it like trying to buy something off of an auction site,
Richard's last score was
and
130.
someone outbidding you with 5 seconds to go.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good characterization there. Just going to correct the scores here. Shouldn't take too long. Has to be correct before we go a little bit further forward. Didn't take long. Harry's left himself on the gooch. You don't know the gooch, do you?
No.
129.
Graham Gooch hit 333 runs against India. I do believe it's still a record.
39.
Very famous innings, that. Maybe not as famous as the Brian Lara innings when he was playing for Warwickshire, though.
94.
I think it was 501 runs he got in an innings.
140. Reggie Jericho, 148. $88.
Great last
Harry
start
Ruggles,
there from Hosey to
154.
set himself up an opportunity. Personally, see Harry Ward miss this, which he might not.
Game shot and the match.
Well,
Harry
well, well.
Ward.
I think he's a bit puzzled as to how he was able to get over the line. But what a way to do it. And when you consider some of the shots he's done here this week so far, they've come out of the blue. But he's very happy because he's just beaten Richard Hosey It was a battle for 2 points. Harry takes it by 4 legs to 2. Well, that was a bit of a climactic ending to our previous game, wasn't it? A huge finish from Harry Ward to give himself 2 extremely valuable points. But now we take a bit of a break from the top of the table here in Group C. Patrick van den Berard will take on Willem Mandegers for 2 points. And
58.
we now know that these two will not qualify through this group. It will be their last duel, their 5th of the week.
134.
Just having a little look into the past as we were in the previous leg. Yes,
46.
Brian Lara, 501 runs. Very darts, by the way. Very darts. That was back in 1994. June
45.
of that year. 501 not out against Durham for Warwickshire. Your county.
125.
I did, yeah. Yep. It's an area actually where Harry Ward is currently playing his darts now as well in Warwickshire. He might be
81.
playing his darts here tomorrow night. He's doing a good job at the moment in putting himself into that top 2, currently sat 2nd position.
26.
See, now you've got to think, what kind of result helps Harry Ward before the end of round 2? It's very simple. He wants Białecki to beat Jeff Murray in game 6. If that happens, Białecki has got 12,
55.
which goes to 14.
You require 107.
Ward will stay on 10. Murray will be restricted at 6.
As far as this game goes now, it's pretty much non-effective to the top 2.
51.
This is just, we're looking at that record now for Mandegers, who is in serious danger of having one of those records that nobody wants.
He's lost 18 games in a row.
16. Will he require 91?
He really wants to hit this to start in the right sort of way. He did start quite well against Harry Ward in game 1 today.
75.
He almost starts well here.
Patrick require 40. Game shot in the first leg.
But that is not
Patrick van
what
den Bogaert.
Willem wanted to see. So we have to bring up the dreaded record, I'm afraid,
Second against
which
Patrick
is
to throw
how
first.
many games
Game on.
consecutively lost is the record. It's 19. And this would be Willem's 19th loss
91.
if he was to lose it.
I just get the picture somewhere that Adam Atkinson sat huddled around his phone watching this going, come on, Patrick.
78.
Yeah, nobody wants those kind of records. And here's the thing as well.
96.
When that happened to Adam Atkinson, he was going through the same sort of stuff as Willem. Struggling with the scoring, struggling with the rhythm, struggling with the doubles. But here's what's worse for Mandigas. He loses this game. It's 19 losses in a row. But he's still got 3 games left.
He might not just join the record. He might be the sole holder.
85.
That aside, we are human beings, and we like Willem. He's a lovely chap.
125.
We just want to see him win a game today. We don't want him to just have one win for the week. We'd like to see him click 327 and 6. Because he is going to get a look at it now.
I've seen that debate a lot of times. What's harder, a 9-dart or a 147? We'll find out.
William, you're 147.
What do you think, harder?
54.
Give us your answer. The time it takes for this board to revolve. Not that it's going to revolve.
William, you're 113.
94 left with 2. That's not enough. Should have hit that the previous shot.
95. Patrick required 54.
He's back to 54 because he bust the score going for double 10.
Game shot on the
That's 2-0.
second leg. Patrick van den Bogaard.
This week, these guys have played 5 times. Sorry, 4 times. I do beg your pardon. I'm getting ahead of myself.
It's Willem to throw first. Game on.
They've all been won by Patrick by different scorelines.
40.
He's got the full set. 4-0, 4-1, 4-2 and a 4-3. Not in that order.
I think questions like the 9-dart and the 147...
140.
I think a lot of the time we're very unfair in the people we ask those questions to.
58.
I don't think it gives us a true reflection of the answer. For example, you ask me which one I think's harder. I've hit 9-darters. I could never hit a 147 in my life because I'm terrible
100.
at snooker. So to me, asking me that question, the 147's harder because it's objective to the person you're asking. That needs to be asked to people that have achieved neither. And I think if you ask a snooker player, they'll find the 9-darter harder.
120.
If you were to ask Mark Williams, Mark Selby or Ronnie O'Sullivan, they would say the 9-darter's harder.
81. Patrick 141.
Because they know and do hit 147s. As someone who has tried all 3 sports.
95.
I haven't got a hole in 1, even though my handicap's been below 2 in the past.
140.
Played snooker for years, not at a great level.
46.
Never hit a 147. Never had a century break. But I have had 9-darters.
Game shot on the third.
And this guy's got a 3-0 lead.
Patrick van den Bogaard.
Unsympathetic, brilliant 14-darter there from Patrick.
Fourth leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
So to you, you've got 2 ways of putting it. One, you'll try and either defend the 9-darter to defend your achievements, so it's not being discredited.
45.
Or you'll go with the option of the thing that you can't do.
I personally
100.
think the 147 is harder. Because it takes 15 reds, 15 colours. So that's 30 shots.
140.
On top of another 6 colours. That's 36 shots. You've got to get perfect. And you've got to be in position for those.
100.
9-darter, 9 shots. Hole in 1, 1 shot. And you can get a deflection for a hole in 1. Just watch the Simon Kingston
125.
hole in 1 on YouTube. It comes out of a tree.
I suppose darts is a bit more unopposed as well because
45.
you could use open targets. You don't have to be throwing in the same area where there's already equipment.
That's true. There's only one way to get a 147. There are many
58.
ways to get a 9 dart. There's over 4,000 routes.
85.
Patrick really has
133.
turned up in this game. And he's playing quicker as well.
108.
He gives it the full gilding there. The thumbs up on hitting the double 19. He has got a sense of humour. Inside, he won't be laughing because he really wanted to make Saturday night again. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. But it doesn't mean he can't affect who does make it.
$17.
Mandigas to
40.
elongate this game. Needs 10s. He's been missing
20.
a lot of targets to the right-hand side.
Actually require 4.
Four 0 to Patrick,
and
that is a record equaling 19th consecutive loss for Willem Mandigas. So when he plays against Białecki in Game 9 in Round 3, if he doesn't win that, he's going to have a record next to his name, something that he doesn't want. But as for that one, Patrick gets a very handy win of 4-0.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Quickest game that we've seen in Group C previously, as Patrick van der Bogaard gets a 4-0 win over Willem Mandigas. Quickest game of the week was by another Dutchman last night. Jelle Klaassen winning in less than 7 minutes against Alexander Merckx. You'll see more of them later, but right now you're about to see Sebastian Białecki trying to put 1 foot in Saturday night. If he beats Jeff Murray, he will create an 8-point cushion between the two, and that means that Murray would not be able to win the group. But he could still qualify, but he'd need help.
First leg, it's Jeff to throw first. Game on.
He'd need a lot of it. He would be in big trouble if he is not to win this game. We've mentioned it a few times in various games today that for this individual player it means more than the other. I think we've got that here as well. We've got a player who wants to win, Bielecki, so we can confirm his place nice and early. We've got a player that needs
55.
to win. Two completely different motivations.
And you saw what happened the last time Sebastian played. I'm still trying to figure out how he won that game.
41.
I think he is.
Don't underestimate just how important those 2 points are now. And look at what Patrick's just done in response to losing that
60.
game 4-3. He's taken all of his frustration out on his good pal, Willem Mandigas. The pattern of play yesterday for Jeff was winning his first 3 games. Since then, he's lost 3. Sebastian hasn't lost at all. He's trying to have that magical 20 points by the end of the day.
100.
The game yesterday between these two lasted 6 legs. Bielecki won by 4 legs to 2.
140.
And it involved the worst leg of the week. 29 data from Jeff. And the averages were completely butchered.
180. Jeff, you're 101.
So when you have a bad leg like that, it makes the averages almost irrelevant.
53. Sebastian, you require
To
106.
get on the board a little bit earlier than he did in his first game.
60 scored.
He's asking that a lot, isn't he? I wonder if his eyesight needs checking. Or is it because he's using very small points?
Sebastian Bielecki.
He may just be one of those players that just likes to make sure.
Second leg, it's Sebastian
Quite
to throw
often we hear
first.
people say,
Game
is that in because it's so far away?
Well, they were definitely in. Otherwise, your referee wouldn't have called game shot in the first leg.
125.
He's come out here against Jeff Murray as a guy that's just survived something. That's
60.
Dodged a bullet. And to be fair, it was like watching an Expendables movie when Sebastian Bielecki played in that first one. You know, that sort of movie where they go out into the wilderness and there's 40 people shooting machine guns at them and they'd get out without a scratch. That was his last game against Patrick van den Bogaert.
140.
Maybe he's just covered in Kevlar.
$77.
Now, there is an actor in the Fast series called Tyrese Gibson. And in one of the most recent Fast movies, he says, can you believe some of the missions that we've been on
60.
against some of the people we've been up against? And none of us have got a scratch on us. Which proves your point. I know it's a movie. But this is very real. 10 darts for the match were missed
100.
to beat Sebastian. And if he hits one of those, this is a very different table. So much so that Patrick would still be involved.
60. Sebastian, you require 100.
I just wonder if this game and this challenge today is going to be a bit too much for Jeff at this period of his career. He is the elder statesman on the
80.
stage, but Bielecki's got more exposure and experience to this than Jeff has.
$97. Sebastian, you require 20.
A guy you've described as a darting Terminator.
I stand by it. It's how they make them in Poland.
15. Jeff, you require 84.
Well, they do have a phrase for what he's just done, but it can't be repeated on live television or live on the internet. Double 11.
62.
That was a bit quick, wasn't it?
Sebastian, you require 5.
There's one thing I would send Jeff away with here this week if he doesn't qualify to work on. It's that rhythm. Sometimes he can just flick the dart too quickly. He's still
3.
messing around on doubles.
Jeff, you require 22.
Lovely area of the board, this, for a double.
Game shot on the second leg.
Case in
Jeff
point
Murray.
there from Jeff Murray, straight in with the first dart. It's a lovely area to throw at. It's just the breakdown's not very nice.
Good luck, it's Jeff to throw first.
You can say that about a
Game
lot of
on.
doubles. People would leave that area of the board more if the number was different. So imagine if
60.
the double 11 position was double 16. More people would leave it. Why do people not leave double 11? Because it's an odd number. It doesn't break down as easily.
59.
Whenever we've got a player from the northeast of England, we do have people from that area watching along. Yesterday we had Kevin McDine getting in touch. Today we've had Callan Ridds get in touch.
100.
Do you know what? That'd be really interesting. If... Remember the old board where you could clip the numbers off?
Yep.
If you moved them around.
140.
So where double 9 is, if you changed that to 16, would people still use it?
Oh, that's a good question.
Let's change 9 to 16,
100.
and 1 to 8, 4 to where 3 is. Would people still use that 16 breakdown?
Would you keep the 20 where it is? Or would you change the ultimate scoring treble to a different part of the board?
I'd keep
138.
that, but then change the rest and move it all around.
You're an anarchist, you know that? You're a complete 100% anarchist.
I really want to see this now. I'm
100.
going to have to make this
Sebastian,
happen.
164.
Treble 18. Not found on this occasion. But this
132.
occasion.
Jeff, you record 141.
He was scaring big outs in his first match. Not this time.
57.
Białecki gets another chance
Sebastian,
to
you
break
record
again.
32. Game shot on the
Doesn't mess
third
around
leg.
this time.
Sebastian
And he's
Białecki.
starting to chat to himself a little bit more vociferously for him. What could be construed by everybody else as a whisper to
We'll
him.
get Sebastian to
It's like
throw
he's
first.
shouting at himself.
Game on.
Murray loses this. Is he gone?
Yeah. There's only 3 games left after
92.
this, and that means he can only realistically make 12 points if he wins all his matches. He'd be 2 points behind Hosey in 3, 4 points behind the qualification space.
82.
And Białecki would be in the distance.
It would make his next game, where he takes on Harry Ward, a mathematical certainty that could knock him out of it. That could be the game which pretty
139.
much decides the fate of this group.
We were speaking with Jeff this morning. We had confirmation from him that he is a big gamer.
83.
And yesterday's dart shirt was a reflection of that. Does seem to be quite the hobby of the dart players these days.
45.
I still think it would make for a very good segment here at the MODUS Super Series to see players go at it on consoles to see who's best. They do have conventions, don't they, where it's people against each other in
85.
computer games. If you had to pick a game where it was Jeff and Luke Littler and some others, it could be vintage, it could be brand new, or
96.
somewhere in between. What game would you have them pitted against each other?
Mega Bomberman.
100. Sebastian, record
Of all the things
129.
you could have said. Now you got people searching for Mega Bomberman. I can barely see it.
Well, it's because you can have 4 players, you see, on Mega
82.
Bomber, man.
Oh, I see. Right, You're
151.
the authority on this here at the Super Series. So Białecki is the authority in the match, though. I wonder what game he
43.
likes,
Sebastian Vercoen, 47.
apart from darts. Double 16 for 3-1. He won't move. He didn't have to
Game shot on the
move.
4 flag. Sebastian Białecki.
Little show of emotion there. Maybe the Terminator's glitching.
5th flag, it's Jeff to
Even
throw
Arnold
first.
Schwarzenegger in
Game on.
Terminator 2 learned to smile. Yeah, but that was the director's cut, though, the longer version. You don't see it in the original cinematic movie.
100.
Sebastian does win this game. It's almost hasta la vista, baby, to Jeff Murray.
180.
2 maximums in the match now for Seb. And what can only be described as a very good performance.
135.
More like it. What we'd expect from him. Earlier in the week, Luke Littler, the
85.
winner of Group A. How many times did he start with a maximum and crave for himself a 9-dart leg?
I predicted he does it
58.
tomorrow, and I still stand by that, in the semi-final.
You heard it here first. And that QR code on your monitor right now, if you scan that,
140.
and you can make it to Portsmouth on Saturday night, you could potentially be part of an historic night, which could see Luke Littler banking his place
84.
to his
Sebastian
3rd
Vercoen, 96.
weekly final. He is perfect on Saturday nights. Sebastian is perfect in getting to Saturday nights.
76.
And he's almost there
Jamie
again.
Rock, 124.
Game saver. Potentially group saver. He won't get a dart to wrap it up.
92. Sebastian
Bilecki's
Vercoen,
got
20.
3.
He's not moving. He is now. I was really surprised he didn't move after dart 1. But ultimately, he
shot
is
and
too
the
good.
match.
He does the
Sebastian
double
Białecki.
over Jeff Murray on Thursday and Friday, and he is very, very close to qualifying now. With 14 points, I can't see anybody toppling him now. He's got 3 games left, and he's starting to play well after using up many lives in his previous match against Patrick van der Behard, where 10 match darts were missed against him. So he's perfect in the first 2 rounds. We'll take a short break now, and it will be round 3 from just after 3 o'clock.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Paul Nicholson has joined me for a quick chat on what we've seen so far. And this is what we have seen so far. The results, couple of victories for Sebastian Białecki. Now, the one before the break there is the one that's got him to the line, if not over it yet. But the one before it, 3-0 down against Patrick van der Behard, and comes back to win 4-3.
Biggest result of the day by a mile, because if Patrick wins that one, then there's a bit of a melee between 4 players trying to qualify, even a possible 5, because Patrick would have been clinging on by his fingertips. As it stands, you can see that the shackles are off for him now. He was very relaxed playing against Willem, who now unfortunately has that losing streak record with a certain Adam Atkinson at 19.
Yeah, it looks like it's now going to be about who's going to join Sebastian from this group. One of the players in contention, Richard Hosey, started off yesterday with a super-sized checkout, and he kind of did it again today. 160 yesterday, 151 today.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a bit of a calling card for Richard. I like that he's brought some intensity today. You can see that he really wants to make Saturday night, but from this position, considering what Harry Ward's done in the first couple of rounds, it's going to be a very hard task. And the people who still have Harry to play, well, it may be up to them to see what happens in the table.
Yeah, a nice 95 as well from Richard Hosey, so showing some decent stuff with the checkouts. Harry Ward himself, you mentioned, got that win against Hosey, and he did that in style, didn't he?
Yeah, didn't he just? Look at this shot. He's hit a 150 out previously, hit a 150 yesterday, and what is it about these checkouts that have 2 treble 19s for a northern double? It seems to be a bit of a speciality.
Yeah, seems to be working well for him up the board and up the table, and we'll show you that group table now. Harry Ward in second spot in that provisional place to qualify alongside Sebastian Białecki. You said that at the start of the day. Is that what you're sticking with?
Still sticking with it because I'm stubborn.
And Richard Hosey is the only real other contender. It's looking a bit grim for Jeff Murray now, isn't it?
Yeah, 6 points looks very grim at this point. 8 points looks doable. But round 3 and round 4 are going to tell you the full picture by the looks of it.
Right, Group B gets back underway tonight at 10. We're going to resume the action in this group at 3 p.m. today. But before we do that, let's have a quick look at what's happening next week here at the Super Series. Plenty of interesting names in action, plenty of difficult to pronounce names as well, Paul.
Oh, they're no problem. You got Dmitry Zhukov from Latvia, but he lives in Ireland. You got Oskar Lukasiak from Sweden, so we could get our 3rd Swede into Champions Week. And Victor Tingström, there's a lot made of that young man, so I just get the feeling that we're going to have a really interesting week with these players. And don't forget about the fact that you've got Adam Mould coming back, who has won a week here before, one of the first winners of this year, and Cam Crabtree up against former weekly winner Jim McEwen, and Kieran Tierney was the first person to win in this building, so plenty to talk about.
There you go, he's a pros, and he got all the difficult pronunciations out of the way and just left me with Jim Long, so I'm very relieved for that one. Right, we are going to return with the action in this group at 3 p.m. for the run-in. It looks like Białecki will make it, but he is 1 win away still. Doesn't always happen, and we'll see who will join him. So join me, Paul and Matthew Edgar in a few minutes' time. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. A warm welcome to viewers on Sporty Stuff TV who join us after the first 6 games have been played on the final day of Group C action. And Sebastian Białecki, the league leader, he actually came back from 3-0 behind in that third game on your screen there against Patrick van den Behard and won that 4-3. Has since gone on to beat Jeff Murray 4-1 and is looking in a very, very strong position to qualify. 2 wins, 2 for Harry Ward, 1 for Richard Hosey, 1 for Patrick van den Behard as well against Willem Mandigers. But we'll take a look at the table now and just show you where things are lying going into this run-in. Białecki 1 result away really, Harry Ward in a good position as well, and the next couple of matches could pretty much determine what happens in this group, because Hosey is about to take on van den Behard. If he loses that and he finds himself fall behind and Harry Ward beats Murray, it would look like it's pretty much done and dusted. So this next set of 3 matches could certainly determine everything in this group, and guiding you through the action today, it's a very good afternoon to Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
It is a very good afternoon, Murph, and good afternoon to you as well. And good afternoon to everybody tuning in live on Sporty Stuff TV now, and to everybody continuing to watch on our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Patrick has won 1 game from 2 today. It should have been 2 from 2. Had he done that, he would still be clawing on to Saturday night with his fingertips, but at this point, unfortunately, you're not going to see him in Saturday for a second time. The man nicknamed Boogie, well, he's missed a step. But how big a game is this for Richard Hosey? Win this one, go to 10 points alongside Harry Ward.
First leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
And if Harry was to slip up against Jeff Murray, then you'd have Murray on 8, Ward on 10, Hosey on 10. Carnage afoot.
85.
There's a lot of stories going to unfold. I think Patrick van den Behard's going to be one that can upset the apple cart a little bit.
91.
Mandigers could be the sole holder of the record for the player to lose the most games in a row. Adam Atkinson
85.
will be tuning in very soon, I'm sure, to watch that game against Sebastian Białecki in a couple of games' time.
Do you know how we were talking just before we joined our friends at Sporty Stuff TV about what's harder, a 9-darter or a 147? Well, I've had a communication from Jelle Klaassen, who's going to be playing in Group B later.
60.
He's made some amazing points. No pun intended. I'd like to tell you about them, but I think it would be better if it came from him. So I've
15.
set him the challenge of, we're going to get you on the air, whether it's today or tomorrow, and I want him to explain why he thinks a 9-darter is harder than a 147. And
95.
what he's told me in the last few minutes, I can't really disagree with him. But that's for another time.
72.
What has Richard Hosey got to do in his last 3 matches, apart from win them, to get through to a first Saturday night here in Portsmouth, Matt?
96.
I think that's all he's got to do. That's what he's got, the only thing he can do. And
42. Patrick
he's
require
shown
80.
signs that he can. But those signs and that play wasn't done under this sort of intensity now that he has found himself under. He has lost his 3
64.
fixtures. That's all I estimate that you can normally lose if you want to keep it in your own hands.
Here's the other question. Do you think he's going to make it?
Patrick, you
Or do
require
you think
16.
Harry Ward is doing enough at the minute to get that second spot?
Game shot on the first
Harry
leg.
Ward just seems to be having
Patrick
the
van den Behard.
answer to everything at the moment, and not because
Second
he's
against
been
Richard to throw
brilliant.
first. Game on.
He's just finding a way to win all the time. take that checkout in the last match. Opponent's not putting him away.
121.
He's not the sort of person you can keep lingering around. Some people you can get away with it. Harry Ward is not that sort of player.
What we're starting to see
58.
from Patrick is perfection after a certain degree of dejection.
60.
He's won 5 straight legs now over 2 matches. We might just see the best of him for the rest of the afternoon.
140.
I have no doubt that he will get an invite back because he's won a weekly title. That tends to be enough to get you at least one more invite.
135.
That's why you've got the likes of Jim McEwen and Kieran Tian coming back next week. And you've got Jim Long coming back because he's won a Group A campaign before.
57.
Any other names on next week's list that tickle your fancy?
It's got to be Crabtree, hasn't it? He is one of the most exciting talents at the moment in darts. And we'll see what he's doing when he gets his Pro Tour call-ups as well. Be really interested to see how he gets on next week. I would go as far as saying he's going to be the favourite.
140. Richard, you require 45.
A lot of people might agree with you. Double 16 here for Richard.
Game shot on the second.
That's what he needs.
Richard Hosey.
Lots more of that kind of stuff.
So look, it's Patrick to throw first.
5 visits will get you lots on this hockey, especially in this group.
$82.
Yesterday when they played 4-3 to Hosey, would he take that right now?
Take anything that is a win. I'm certain of that.
96.
He's still in quite a luxurious position when it comes to just getting the points. He doesn't need to win by margins yet. With Białecki in the wind,
100.
he's only 2 points behind Ward and 1 leg behind him. And he's won exactly the same amount of legs as him as it stands at 24. So to answer my own question, I think he would take 4-3. And that would put 4 points between him and Jeff Murray.
137.
Jeff would be eliminated if Richard Hosey wins this and Harry Ward beats him. Quite simple.
180.
Well, the first part of that, Richard Hosey winning this, he's certainly playing his part. Big 180 there to gobble up the distance between the 2 players and give himself the opportunity now of breaking the throw, because 128 is a horrible finish. Reason being, even if he gets that treble 18 here with the first start,
56.
it's going to need another treble. The second dart has to be a treble regardless of the first.
60 for Bull. Not going to be found, but in Gen Z speak,
56.
you're right.
Richard requires 68.
That finish is very Orcs. I couldn't say that without shaking my head.
64.
And speaking of head shaking,
Patrick requires
Richard's
72.
I never thought I'd ever in my life hear Paul Nicholson quote Orcs.
double top.
Game shot.
Lovely shot from Patrick. A very famous
van den
Dutch
Boha.
shot, that. Does it ring any bells with you? 72 on tops with 2 16s.
Well, it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't ring any bells. 2014 World Championship final. It was the shot that gave Michael van Gerwen his first world title. And he became the 3rd Dutch world champion.
Barneveld and Klassen coming before
99.
him.
Correctamundo.
Klassen, who you will see tonight in Group B. That was a feisty Group B that last night, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Going to be feisty again later.
180.
I get the feeling that practice room tonight is going to be quite quiet.
I don't think too many friendships were stormed in there last night, was there?
124.
Sometimes that can be a good thing. Just get on with the job. If I was ever in a practice room again with Richard North, the first phone call I'd make would be to
96.
Gedwin Price saying, "Can I borrow your ear defenders?"
I don't think they'd work too well because I've been in this commentary box when Richard North is, and
100.
walls don't
Patrick
work.
require 85.
Hang on a minute, this looks familiar as well.
36. Richard, you require
Do you remember when Van
82.
Gerwen won another world title? He won it on the bull with an 85 checkout. It didn't work this time, though. Hosey has got the same target.
47.
He misses that. That could be
Patrick
fatal, that
require
miss.
49.
Double 16. Can Patrick find the green bit?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Where's this
Patrick
been?
van den Bohard.
This is what happens when you realise you can't qualify anymore and you're playing decent darts.
This leg it's Patrick to throw first.
The pressure
Game
is
on.
lifted and all of a sudden he starts causing problems for everybody else. Let's have a look at who Patrick is playing for the rest of the day, because it makes for interesting reading.
83.
If he beats Hosey here, that is a big favour to Harry Ward. And also to Jeff Murray in his slim hopes of
59.
making the top two. Patrick has got Harry Ward in game 10. That right now looks like a very slippery fixture. And Patrick's got
60.
Jeff in game 14.
$100.
If you look at the stats here, Richard Hosey is losing 3-1, but he's averaging more. But he's had a lot less darts at double. Not a
58.
great deal between them in the scoring stakes. 7 scores of a ton or ton 40 plus range. 5 for
97.
Patrick, and yet he's winning by 3 legs to 1. The main reason why he's winning here is because he's had the darts.
And he's got the darts in this leg as well.
140.
I think there's a lot of Patrick fans out there, you know, especially from Yorkshire, who are thinking, Patrick's not going to be in Saturday night.
134. Patrick require 160.
Boo. Yeah, we don't get many people booed here on Saturday night. It's all positive.
100. Richard, you require 111.
This has got to be positive. If it isn't, it could be the end of the road in round 3 for Richard.
And I think that
51.
half smile across his face
Patrick requires
indicates
60.
he feels it might be.
Where is the indicator pointing here for Patrick? Indicators usually point left or right. That was left. This time he has to go right.
Game
Right
shot and
into the
match.
double 10.
Patrick van den
And a
Bohard.
4-1 victory gets Patrick now into the top 4. He has hurdled Jeff Murray in the table. But as far as Richard Hosey is concerned, that has dented his fender a little bit. And he now has only a couple of games left to see if he can make the top 2. It's a very hard ask. When we come back, we will see Harry Ward against Jeff Murray. And if Harry wins, he is very close to qualification.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Thank you for joining us once again. It is Jeff's turn to have a crack at Harry. I just wonder how much resolve he's got left, because he has not won since his third game yesterday. So he's on a bit of a losing streak himself, but Harry is surviving. Is he playing his best darts today? No. Is he consistent? No. Is he winning? Yes. What's most important? Winning. But as far as Jeff is concerned, he's now 5th in the table.
First leg,
and
it's
a loss
Harry
here
to
Harry
first.
Ward would
Game
be
on.
fatal. Here's how it stands. Harry has the darts. He wins. He goes to 12 points. That will be a 6-point cushion, I do beg your pardon,
140.
between himself and his opponent in this game. That would be too much for Jeff to bridge. Look, I just made a Jeff Bridges joke.
60.
Moving swiftly on. So that would mean Patrick, Jeff, and Willem would be out. It would be a 3-horse race for the top 2. However, if Harry was to win in this fixture, he would be 4 points ahead of Richard Horsey, having played the same amount
60.
of matches. And with only 2 games left, that looks pretty comfortable. Let's see what happens over the course of this game. Unquestionably, Matthew Edgar, Harry's biggest game of the group.
And his best start to any match so far. Leaves himself just 81 after 9 darts.
100.
Yesterday in the group,
81.
There were no 4-0s. There were a lot of close matches. And so far today, we're getting a lot of wider margins.
But also
49.
today's where the level of importance has risen on some of these fixtures as well.
Needs the lot.
140. Harry requires 32.
Almost gets the lot.
Game shot on the
Harry
first
Ward.
leg. Harry Ward.
With a wonderful leg of darts. A bit of a statement. 13 darts to start a campaign.
Second against Jeff
Will
to throw
always
first.
do.
Game on.
I think this is where we're
60.
seeing it unravel and unfold now, when we're starting to see sort of the destination of this group.
59.
Do you know when you were a kid and you had a few electronic items like a hi-fi? Yeah, if you're quite young, ask your parents what a hi-fi is. Maybe a games console, a television.
140.
If you were lucky enough, you might have had a clock radio, that kind of stuff. And you never looked behind the dresser or the entertainment centre.
85.
But if you had to move, the knots of all of the cables, takes you ages to unravel it. And there's that glorious moment when
100.
you've been sat on the floor for about 50 minutes and you finally think, I think I've got it. I think they're all unraveled. I think they're all in order.
86.
And that's where we are with this group right now. We think we're on the cusp of seeing everything unraveled, like Matt says. Nowadays, you don't need as
43.
many cables.
Or a massive system on wheels. You just little box does everything for you.
37. Jeffy Rock 158.
This group is starting to become clear. That's not the case for Group B later. That's about as
58.
cloudy as a pint of Scrumpy Jack.
Well, if they say football's the game of
40.
two halves, what do you call
Jeffy
this?
Rock
From Harry
100.
Ward. A fantastic opening leg. And then after 15 darts, he's not even down to a finish.
He's playing darts like Romelu Lukaku plays football. Unbelievable
Game shown the
in one
second
leg,
leg.
and then next thing you know,
Jeff
he's sitting on the
Murray.
byline just watching everything unfold.
It's interesting you say unbelievable, because that was unbelievable,
it's Harry
Jeff,
to throw first.
taking out the
Game on.
100 finish there to level up the match.
Big darts fan is Jeff Stelling, of course, from Hartlepool.
45.
Hartlepool United fan and future radio host. He has left a very well-known network here in the UK and is going to a very well-known
85.
breakfast spot, a well-known radio station that handles a lot of sporting stories. So good luck to Jeff Stelling for that. But he used to be the anchor
55.
for PDC coverage in the early days. And we were very lucky to have him. A broadcasting sporting legend. That is Jeff
59.
Stelling, and the northeast of England are very proud of him. I notice how Jeff on his profile has Jeffrey there,
57.
but he goes by Jeff. I think he wants to get away from any rainbow jokes, so he's gone with Jeff instead of Jeffrey.
100.
The other thing with Jeff is we made a little bit of a conversation about his name and calling him Geoff. He says, depends where he goes. Like in Germany, they call him Geoff.
57.
And he says it's the same with Americans as well. They can't get the head around it being Jeff.
Really?
It's Geoff.
Well, he should know about Germany. He was born there and raised there.
100.
Well, if we're using German words, that last dart was ausgezeichnet. Excellent.
100. Jeffy Rock 157.
I'm not surprised you got some German. You spent a lot of time over there over the years.
Yeah, you could say that. German's a little bit easier than Dutch.
41.
That is a very hard language to pick up. What has happened to Harry Ward since that first leg?
95. Jeffy Rock 116.
It's like somebody has stolen his scoring boots. This would hurt him.
96.
And now he gets
Harry
the
Rock
chance at
92.
92. This would be nothing but a sigh of relief. Double six.
Game shown the
Splendid.
third leg.
That's a world-class
Harry
finish from
Ward.
Harry. He has not really played that well since the first leg, but he still plucks out that finish for a 2-1 advantage. And sometimes when you are a bit flummoxed,
Jeff to
you
throw
haven't got a
first.
clue who's throwing first.
Game on.
Notice how Jeff didn't tell him to get out the way, though.
Oh, he's a bit bigger than him, isn't he?
140.
He said, I'll just politely stand here and wait for him to realise.
Yeah, he never saw me pick a fight with Vincent van der Voort.
Or Vincent Camphouse.
134.
Titus Karnik.
Boris Kritschmar.
Yeah, nobody picks a fight with Boris. There's not a day goes by that I don't think I'm very fortunate
134.
that I know Boris and he is a friend. He might be the right person to get in here one day. He might be the antidote to the loquacious nature of Richard North.
100.
Yeah, look in the textbook. What keeps Richard North quiet? Boris Kruchma. Yeah, seems plausible.
Everyone's favourite finish here at the Super Series.
125. Jeffy Rock 127.
And game. And game.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Jeff Murray.
I wonder if Owen was tempted.
Never. He's a pro.
5th leg, it's Harry to
There's
throw
only one
first.
person who can
Game
do
on.
that. It's the great Paul Hinks. I still, to this day, think about the facial expressions of Taylor and Van Gerwen in that match.
41.
Never fails to make me smile.
There's some things you can watch over and over again, and it doesn't get less funny.
Like James Beaton falling over next to a
140.
pool.
I reckon I've seen it about 25 times now today.
What's the funniest thing you've ever seen a dart player do?
45.
It's tricky because you always remember the most recent ones like Dirk van Dijvenbode jumping and nearly breaking his ankle recently.
100.
The non-dart player one, though, but it was on a dart player stage, is when they got the guy with the long hair to dance to the Peter Wright song, and he fell off the stage,
Yeah, fell off backwards as well.
and the girls tried to
135.
get him, but like very half effort.
That was very unfortunate.
What was unfortunate is the fact it was
61.
filmed, because that's going to follow him for the rest of his life.
Oh, yeah. That's what friends are for. To remind you of things like that happening in your life.
94.
I've seen a few practical jokes in my time between darting factions and darting friends. Some of them well before social media.
95.
I've got one for you. I'll tell it in the next leg.
That could be when Harry Ward is 3-2 up.
99.
That could have been
Jeffy Rock
worse.
105.
That single 19 has got him into a range that is pretty doable. Would have been a lot worse had he found a single 3.
97. Harry Rock
This would be
87.
just as classy as that 92 that he's just hit. Double 18.
Game shot
Oh
on the
my.
5th leg.
Just when he needs
Harry
some
Ward.
crisp, clean finishing. Easy for me to say. 3-2 Ward. And he's 3 out of 3
6th
on
leg, it's
doubles.
Jeff to throw first. Game on.
It's not as if Jeff's missing much. This has been a clinic on the outer ring. And the ball.
60.
So you were going to tell us a story.
Kim Huybrechts has run ahead, and he's told the security,
55.
when Dimitri Vandenberg gets here, search his bag at the security going into the Pro Tours. So Dimitri's gone in. Dimitri, random bag check, which they do. They just pick people, and you've got to get your bag checked and emptied. And they've gone, yep. So Dimitri hands over the bag, and they start going through the contents, and they pull out a mankini. And they were like, what have you got this in here for? And he's like, oh, I've never seen this before in my life. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant moment.
I didn't know what you were going to say was going to be pulled from the bag there.
58.
We have seen finishes pulled out of the bag in this game. 92, 87, 127 on the ball.
95.
Coincidentally, that was the best finish of his campaign for Jeff Murray.
$60.
But no treble there means that Harry Ward has got a great opportunity now to win this 4-2. 12 points is in sight, and it's getting close.
180.
The elimination of Jeff Murray and Patrick van den Bogaard is super close.
And this is an opportunity once again to see
60.
our first 100%
71.
on the doubles.
Double 16 for Big H. And he gets a big W.
Shot and the match.
Saturday night is
Harry
very
Ward.
close for Harry Ward. That really was a big win for the big man from Swaddling Court. He's a super friendly kid, but that was ruthless on the outer ring. Only one miss. As you can see, 80% and 89.7. One of his best performances in the entire group, just when he needed it. When we come back, we will close off round number 3 today with Sebastian Białowski looking to solidify Saturday night up against Willem Mandegers, who has another record in his sights.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Here we go then with game number 9 of Group C, as Sebastian Białowski right now is looking for, well, basically he's looking for a rubber stamp. Win this game, he will be on 16 points and an unassailable position for him going into the final lot of games here in week number 9. And he would keep his hopes alive of a first weekly title. But his first mission is to get to a 4th consecutive Saturday night.
First leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
His previous record before Dart was thrown in anger this week.
84.
3 Saturday nights found out of 3 attempts. He is incredibly close now to making that 4 from 4.
135.
We was talking about funny moments in darts in our last game, and Stu
59.
Wilson's got in touch, a player who is down here recently, also took part in one of the ADC belt matches on Saturday evening, to let us know
42.
that there was a very funny moment, which I've just had to go and review again, and I can concur, it's extremely funny. Gary Robson falling on a hoverboard at the BDO Worlds,
140.
smashing his face into a table.
Wasn't the best thing to do when you're just about to play on stage.
The description says he was
24.
worried about hurting his hands, so he broke the fall with his face. They're a different breed in Newcastle, aren't they?
It's one way to look at it. Knowing my luck, I would have done that thing and got about 5 inches before I smashed my face on something.
116.
You've got to protect your hands. You've got to protect the money makers, which in the case of dart players, there's quite a
100.
lot of
That's
things you've got to
number
look after.
102.
Eyesight, balance, hands, wrists, everything really.
62.
Is there a case here for Mandigas to get that first win since Monday against Sebastian, or is he just in too much of a
81.
good place at the
Sebastian
minute?
Required 40.
Because he's had two very different encounters here today, has Sebastian. Oh, look at that
Game
for a
shot in the
deflection.
first leg. Sebastian Białowski.
That's like shooting for goal, missing about 50 yards, and then somebody
Second
puts
against
their
Williams
back
at
up,
reverse.
it hits their
Game
back,
on.
and then it goes past the keeper.
I seen something similar a couple of years ago at the World Championship. Ryan Searle had a dart like that and he deflected and went in.
100.
And I remember in his interview afterwards, he said the dart was so disgusting, he threw up in his own mouth.
That's one way to put it.
100.
Ryan Searle lost to Peter Wright last night in the World Grand Prix. He will be taking on Luke Humphreys a little bit later after he took out
40.
Luke Woodhouse by 3-0. However, don't let that fool you. It was 3 legs to 2 in every set.
$134.
Judging by the fact that Sebastian looks
60.
like he's going to make Saturday comfortably, what chance do you give him of a first weekly title?
Honestly. And I don't mean to sound harsh because he's playing
140.
so well. And I'm going to go big and bold and strong. I don't give anybody a chance.
36.
I think this is all about Luke Littler.
127.
I think he has been absolutely head and shoulders, not just above this week, but above what we see here at the Super Series.
47.
Well, the point that proves that is that Littler is averaging 96.37 for the week and 41% on doubles.
98.
If we were to
Sebastian, you require
compare
80.
that to the Pro Tour for this year, I wonder what it would give us. And I'll have a look at that in a second, just to give you an insight.
75.
Mandigas
Let me look,
would love this
167.
167 to cheer himself up after what's been a miserable few days.
Well, again, to throw a bit more
60.
context on that,
Sebastian, you require
Luke
5.
Littler's running average for the week is higher than anything Sebastian's been able to put in any individual match.
That is a pretty damning statistic.
1. Let me record 107.
That's a little bit easier than the previous shot. It's still on, but no longer.
27. Sebastian, you require 4. Game shot in the
2-0 to
second leg.
Sebastian. His
Sebastian
leg difference
Białowski.
is getting better and better and better, as is his points total. And I think he's starting
Look
to
at
sense
Sebastian to throw
that
first.
safety
Game on.
is knocking on his door. Let's talk about that Littler average then. 96.37.
140.
If that was to be replicated on the tour this year, it will be one better than Dave Chisnell
43.
in the Pro Tour rankings for averages. He'd be between Michael Van Gerwen and Dave Chisnell.
And it's key to
60.
remember as well, this isn't in that field where he may have a bad leg and it'll be covered by their good average and get carried to those averages.
140.
These are real reflective averages that he is throwing here. And I just don't see anyone in, I'm going to say it, the Super Series who can stop him.
39.
So you're saying that he's going to go to the Pro Tour in early 2024 with 3 series titles
45.
and 3 weekly titles, undefeated.
Yes.
Well, that's our pre-show for Saturday recorded. So that'll give us an extra half an hour for
128.
dinner.
95.
One thing we do know is that
That's
Littler, by winning Group A, he's going to play the
134.
very first game on Saturday night. So if you want to be here to see him play, get here when we open the doors.
94.
And that will be at around 6 o'clock.
140.
But reserve your tickets first
Specimen required 40.
at dartshop.tv.
Game
Very
shot on the
good.
third
16
leg.
darter from Sebastian.
Sebastian Białowski.
He's within one leg of needing an extra night in the hotel.
Fourth leg, it's Willem to throw first. Game on.
That's always an interesting one as well, isn't it? Like, who books their hotel till Sunday? Who books it
70.
till Saturday? Quite a lot of people will only book it until Saturday, and then they'll try and find the night if they need it.
How many shirts did he bring? It's always an interesting thing to ask a player. How many dart shirts have you got with you?
It is a very good sign of the confidence, but on top of that, how many players
11.
also look at, like Peter Wright brings an outfit for each round. Some people just bring a copy of the same outfit. It's a really good sign of
100.
confidence and belief in their whole mission when they say, go design 5 different
100.
shirts.
Or in the case of Peter Jakes, 8. He has 8 different colours.
140.
Peter for a while. He did make the British Open final, didn't he?
He did. Lost to
22.
Luke Littler in the final of that one. And just going back to social media quickly, guys. Do get in contact on Funniest Darts Moments, because Stu Wilson pointed us in the
100.
direction of another one there. If you do have any really good funny darts moments, please do send them in. We'd love to be reminded or unearth
140.
new gems.
Specimen 121.
Oh, this would be a gem. In fact, it would be a gem to rubber stamp his place in Saturday.
Game
What a way to
shot
do
on
it.
the match.
He
Sebastian
is yet to lose
Białowski.
in this group. He's won 8 consecutive games, and through 3 games today, he's been tested, but now he's starting to flex his Polish muscle. 88.41 is even 17 darters. That 121 at the end, it means that he will be in Saturday night again for a 4th time after 4 attempts. A great effort from Sebastian. We'll see 2 more games from him throughout the course of play. But first, when we go into round 4, let's see what Patrick does against Harry Ward.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to Group C at the MODUS Super Series, and it's been a dominant display from Patrick Białecki so far. Sebastian Białecki, where have I got Patrick from? Sebastian is the man who has been the main man in this group, and he has won all of his fixtures, not just today, but in the entire group, and he's through already to finals night. Harry Ward is trying to join him. That victory for Harry a couple of games ago effectively eliminated most of his contenders, and he could join Sebastian Białecki if he gets a win in this next match. We'll show you the league table now just to put you in the picture. Richard Hosey, the only other player that can qualify, but of course, if Harry Ward wins this next game against Patrick, that's where I got it from, then he will be on 14 points, and of course, the gap will be too big for Richard Hosey to bridge. So can Big H get the big win that would put him in the big night? Let's find out in the company of our commentary team, a big duo that hopefully are better at saying words than I am, Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
I'll say one thing, Murph. If we can't say words, we might as well get our P45s. Well, some of the names that we are pronouncing here at the Super Series are a little bit more of a tongue twister than some years gone by. Remember, one of the first world champions was called John Law. Very easy to say. From the same sort of area of the country as Harry Ward, Derbyshire. But as the game has grown throughout Europe and the world,
First leg, it's Harry to throw first.
our linguistic
Game
skills have been tested more with the likes of Van Barneveld and Van der Voort and Wilhelm Schwingenschlurgel. My favourite dart player name.
140.
He's from Austria.
Even more so than Smurf Pudding.
Not a real name. Do you have a favourite darts player name?
I think I've just found it without even realising how to say it. Just say it again.
Wilhelm Schwingenschlurgel.
Yeah, I think I might join you on that one.
100.
He's a lovely chap. Hasn't qualified for European Tour event as of yet, but I pray that he does one day. I want it to happen so much. But this game is all about Big H. And like Murph said, it's all about whether he gets the win here
81.
or at some other point today, because he's got multiple opportunities to get it done. This is round 4 now. If he beats Patrick, all well and good. He'd like to get it done because his final game is against Sebastian. And we know that that's not easy for anybody in this group. Nobody has been able to beat him. Just ask Patrick how hard it is. He had 10 match darts and couldn't beat him. Patrick's got Jeff Murray to finish his campaign.
195.
They're both eliminated. It is only Richard Hosey who can depose Harry Ward at the minute. He's going to have to beat Sebastian next.
79.
And he's going to have to beat Willem Mandigers in game 15. Stay there. Glorious.
136.
He's doing a lot more
Since
since that Białecki game.
Game shot.
But Harry's doing his job.
Harry Ward.
His doubling today's been exceptional. Last couple of games,
Second against
4
Patrick
from
to throw
5.
first. Game on.
So that's 10 darts thrown at the double. He's hit 8 of them.
Yeah, that's world class, all right. The next time you go to hospital
80.
and you see that you're being put in H ward, think of Harry. If he was to come round
140.
as part of the hospital staff to cheer you up, that would cheer me up.
Do you know there's always like stories and things behind nicknames? What do you think Harry's is?
93.
Well, I might need a while. I've got to figure this out. It's a bit of a mystery.
60.
Do you know what I love? The nicknames where they're ironic. So you'll get like a big lad like Harry and they call him Tiny.
85.
Well, David Evans, Stretch.
Vincent van der Meer was massive for a period of time, wasn't he?
Was he? I thought he was quite small.
59.
Well, but the referee, I call him Grimy. He looks like Frank Grimes from The Simpsons. He doesn't like it at all.
96.
He really doesn't like it, which is one of the reasons why I keep saying it.
$95. Patch you require 147.
They both got a 147 here, and we've already talked about 147s today. What's harder, a 147 or a 9?
147.
Come on, Harry, show us. He's already taken 87 and 2 today. I thought he was going to have a real good crack at the double 18 there. It's going to be double 18 twice, and he's already done this today. He's got to do it again.
Second leg. Patrick van den Bohard.
It almost looked like a replay because it was the same sort of way with the two darts stacked on top of each other.
The leg, it's Harry to throw first. Game on.
This is one of the things that I like about the Super Series, but I hate it when you're a player. Because Harry's probably thinking, mate, you're already out. Why are you doing this to me? Just roll over. Let's have it done.
Do you know what it reminds me of? I was in a situation very similar to that of Patrick around 6 years ago.
83.
I was at Q School. I'd already amassed enough points to qualify for the tour again.
100.
I had to play a Dutch player called Brian de Hoog in the final match of the final day of Q School. He needed to win the game to get a card. I didn't. I knew it.
96.
And I thought, I made a statement with myself when I came through the doors of the building this morning. I said, I'm going to break some hearts today because I've already got enough points.
100.
I wanted to win the day, and I did. He didn't get his card. I did. And you've got to have that ruthless streak.
But not only that, there's a big integrity
81.
factor as well, because yes, the person you're playing could have got his card and you could be responsible for that, but by you winning that match, somebody else got their card who was relying on you to play properly.
60.
And I don't even remember who it was, because it wasn't any of my business. All I wanted to do was win a darts match.
$45. Harry require 116.
Finishing is going to be tested once again here. Oh, that's a wonderful dart. Double 18.
98.
Surprised that he missed. It's had plenty of attention from Big H here in the last couple of days. And plenty of attention from Patrick as well here today.
100. Harry require 18. Game shot on the third leg.
Well, double 9 is a double that not many right-handers like. Indeed, left-handers don't like it either. And we had the conversation earlier on today that if you change the numbers on the board,
Patrick to throw first.
would you like double 9 more if it was an even number? I'm not really sure. I don't like the position of it on the board at all.
62.
That is an experiment that's got to happen.
Sometimes I look at you, Matt, and I think, yeah, I know what you're going to do next, and you are going to do this.
95.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely.
Doesn't tend to wear anything but black. Patrick van den Bohard.
50.
Some people just feel more comfortable in a certain colour, don't they?
Yeah, I believe it's yellow
60.
was the colour that's meant to enhance sports performance.
My favourite colour. Just a very happy colour, isn't it?
44.
It's probably one of the reasons why it's part of our makeup here at the MODUS Super Series. Trying to make the players happy, but they can make themselves happy.
134.
Well, they're going to have to because there's no yellow on the dartboard.
There will be some yellow later, though.
See what you did there.
100.
He was actually a member of a band, you know. Yella. He was in that very famous
60.
rap group, NWA. Not Yella Klassen. There was a member of the band was called Yella. I could see how confused you were by that.
Just picturing Yellow Klassen now with a big bass or something.
140.
Oh, in a
Harry Wood 152.
Las Vegas Raiders cap and a big puffer jacket in the middle of summer in Compton, California.
94. Patrick, you require 105.
Treble 18 for double 16. Harry Ward is starting to find
27.
opportunities
Harry requires
easier
58.
to come by than yesterday. That's for sure. It's with more consistent scoring as well.
38.
But the despair is evident.
Patrick, you requires 78.
It's quite a bit in the way here. Oh
Game shot on
my.
the 4 flag.
One of the
Patrick
darts of the
van den
day.
Boogaard.
Harry won't believe in that. He'll think that's the most disgusting dart of the day.
5th flag, it's Harry to throw first. Game on.
The wait goes on for
81.
Harry Ward fans and friendly sat at home, hoping to see Harry Ward confirm his place here tomorrow night. That would be half of the field completed.
135.
And the oldest player would be 26. Ward is 26. Białecki is 19.
59.
Littler is 16.
Did say earlier that I feel the Super Series is a young
55.
man's game.
It is in Group A and Group C by the looks of it. A little bit later on in Group B. Maybe not so much. More experience with the likes of
96.
50-year-old Andy Bolton. Yella Klassen is fast approaching 40. I still can't believe that. Mark Hilton is 57.
134.
Alexander Mertz, by my calculation, is the youngest person in that group. And he's not in a bad position. But it is very, very tight in that 5-person group
83.
later. Be sure to join us from 10 p.m. to see how that pans out.
Coming up in our next game, Richard Hosey takes on the already
99.
qualified Sebastian Białecki, who has not lost a game yet in this group. 8 from 8. And you get a feeling Richard Hosey is going to have one eye on the practice board and one eye on this game, because
100.
if Patrick van der
Patrick
Boogaard
requires 78.
can beat Harry Ward, he's got an opportunity here to break the throw. Hosey could get back into this.
Oh,
no.
no.
Score.
Somebody's
Harry
fallen down
require
the
82.
trapdoor. And this would be like throwing a grenade down the trapdoor and closing the door and padlocking it.
42.
Wow.
Patrick requires 78.
A miss from H. And now Patrick, instead of coming back for 6s or 3s, has to do it all again. He still needs a treble. Or a double.
38.
Still
Harry
reeling from the
requires
previous
40.
bust shot. And Harry
Game
takes
shot
full
on the 5th
advantage.
flag. Harry Ward.
It's a more tepid performance on the outer ring from Harry, but it is good enough. 3 hits from 9. How
So if I
much
get
is
Patrick to throw
Patrick
first? Game on.
wincing at the thought of that double 10 that bust his previous shot?
$57.
I wonder if Patrick's going to be going to the Challenge Tour final weekend coming up.
97.
He's played 18 games in that campaign this year. It's not a lot of matches. He only played in January and March. He'd actually lost to
78.
Białecki on the 18th of March in the first round of a Challenge Tour event. And as I look down the people that he's played,
140.
there are some very familiar names from the Super Series on that list. Cam Crabtree, James Hurrell, Harry Ward.
99.
Yes, when they played a game on the Challenge Tour back on the 17th of March,
180.
Harry Ward beat Patrick by 5 legs to 2. And the pattern of the match was Patrick winning the first 2 legs and then Harry winning the final 5. Well, that's a nice little accident. You could call it serendipitous, but that is an accident that is not as fortunate. But qualification is in his hands now, and he can't ask for much more.
140. Harry
One more
40.
double. And he goes to Saturday. He joins Sebastian Białowieski in the final foray here in week 9 with games to spare. He only has 1 game left, and it is against Białowieski in game number 13. We will look forward to that. Patrick's got 1 more game left just for pride, but that one was all about Harry doing his job. What a fine job it was. 4 legs to 2 for Big H, and he qualifies.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Who finished in the bottom 3 of Group A in the first 3 days of the week.
100.
Do you have any idea of how many times that's happened?
Getting 20 points? I remember the first time it happened. Kevin Burness.
85.
He had a marvellous campaign in Southampton a couple of years ago. He went a little bit bananas over the course of a Thursday
81.
and a Friday morning. And funnily enough, Kevin Burness is a nice little segue because it is exactly to the day 5 years since Kevin Burness won the Tom
95.
Kirby Memorial in Ireland, beating Mick McGowan in the final.
Didn't that give him a place in the World Championships?
It did.
How did he get on at
42.
Alexandra Palace?
He got there.
I think he won his game, didn't he?
He did.
Any idea who it was
54.
against?
Yes. Well, it is commiserations to Richard Hosey.
22.
It has been a very solid campaign here on debut, but it has come up short. Harry Ward and Sebastian Białowieski just flexing their experience
60.
here at the Super Series.
156.
And it will be a second Saturday night for Harry. It will be a fourth for Sebastian.
Has Richard Hosey done enough here
60.
for you to suggest you'd like to see him again in another Group C in the future?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not entirely sure, with the information that we have, that a Group A would suit him.
81.
I think
96.
another Group C campaign would be very accurate for his next effort.
Game shot in the second leg. Richard Hosey.
Well, that was different. You don't see double 17 used very often. So that was single
Delegate
5,
Sebastian to throw
treble
first.
19,
Game
double
on.
17.
Even I'm checking and working that one out still. Yeah, that's
100.
different.
That one caught everybody out. Just when you think you've seen it all.
96.
Anyway, moving on. But yeah, I think Group C in the future for Richard Horsey, a very fair second challenge for him. But he may have to win another Vault Series to get himself here through the ADC. Because there are people chomping at the bit at the minute. There's only so many spots. Had he won Group C or got through to Saturday night, it might have been enough for an automatic invite back. But as it stands, failing to get through the group, he might have to win another Vault Series in Hales Owen or around that area again.
140.
There are plenty of opportunities. If you're sat at home thinking you can do this, there are plenty of opportunities with the ADC that you can get yourself
58.
to the
That's
Super Series.
121.
Yeah, just go to a search engine, type in Amateur Darts Circuit, and follow the ADC links to the tournaments in your area.
81.
The fact that Little has got an ADC logo next to his name this week is kind of laughable, considering he's about to go to the Pro Tour
77.
He's in the World
So
Youth
that's gonna require
Final.
40.
in about 6 weeks.
And the World
Game
Championships
shot
at
in the
Alexandra
second
Palace.
leg.
Indeed. Who's going to want to draw him?
Białecki.
Who's going to want to draw Luke Littler in round 1, honestly?
The leg is Richard.
Białecki's got his own
Game on.
World Championship on the horizon as well. He'll be at Lakeside this year.
Give him a chance.
I do. When you look at the lineup, he's got to be up
51.
there in the sort of contenders.
You think about Thibaut last year from France, making the final against Neil Duff. There's no reason why Sebastian can't do what Thibaut did.
I think if it was to
140.
a cross comparison like for like, I would put Białecki in that World Championship the same way as a Joe Cullen or a Chris Dobie, where you know they're a lively contender,
46.
but they've just not got there yet.
He's got plenty of time on his side. He's only 19. You know how young someone is when you
93.
ask them their first World Cup memory. And then they give you their answer and you make yourself
134.
make a beeline for the bathroom because you feel sick. My first World Cup memory was 1986, Mexico. Sebastian's
171.
2006? Not even that. It's probably 2010 in South Africa.
Wasn't the year of the
140.
Vuvuzela?
Yeah, keep those vuvuzelas over there. Oh, this is great use of the treble 19.
Game shot
Oh,
the
how
third
good is
leg.
that?
Sebastian Białecki.
That is a wonderful 5-dart kill. 171, 97 out. That is absolutely
We'll get
immaculate.
Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
In Sebastian's last game, you asked if I felt, could he stop Luke Littler? And I said, no. And the reason I said no was because
134.
his running average, Luke Littler's, for the week is better than anything Białecki's thrown. Well, it's almost like it goes back up a little
133.
bit.
He's also hit his last 6 treble 19s. 7.
96.
Well, there you go. It was a fine little streak he was on, was Bolt. But you're right. He's averaging better in this game than he has at any point this week.
100.
And this is a shot which should start on treble 19. He's hammering it. Oh, that's so
140.
unlucky. One more 57 would have left him on a 2-darter. And I stress again,
180.
Horsey
Sebastian,
is not playing
157.
bad. Białecki is playing brilliant.
But with all that in
97.
mind,
Richard
he's
Javaquin,
88 points away from a level game and having the throw.
I'm going to start doing a conversion rate on the treble 19 for Białecki. Now that ball is missed, what can Białecki do
60.
in his challenge for 3-1 up? I would have gone treble 19, 1-1-1. Double 10, I'm only joking. I would have gone this way.
Game
I
shot
would
of
have hopefully
four
done that.
Sebastian Białecki.
This is a great performance, and it's very, very close to him giving us the performance of Group C by some distance.
Looks like it's Richard to throw first. Game on.
Performance of the day yesterday did come from Białecki, 92.15. Just having a bit of a scan through what we've seen already today. 91.57, Sebastian's best.
134.
This is just a little bit better.
I think Białecki's aware now of the 19s like you spotted because he's switching down there straight away.
138.
Another switch. Well, there you go.
46.
Still a very strong position. As for how many times you've seen averages in excess of 90 today,
118.
just the two. The aforementioned game for Białecki against Jeff Murray, 91.57. And the previous game from Harry Ward, 90.92. This could be the first average
100
of this week of over 100 from someone not from Warrington.
58.
Leaves the two data.
125. Richard Javaquin, 142.
In most cases, he gets a look at it. Never discount Richard Horsey on a big out.
Game shot in the
wow.
fifth leg. Richard Horsey.
I know he's going home after the next couple of matches, but that is something to take with you. A wonderful shot from Richard.
Safe leg at Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
He's got a few for his collection now, hasn't he?
I think nothing more than the 160 in the opening leg of his Super Series campaign. That was one that just stood him up and was
100.
countered. If you go in and you start slow, you're always trying to get out of that mode.
Let's not forget, Sebastian was on
77.
something minute in his quest to win that one by 4 legs to 1. And the way he's been finishing, he probably would have done it.
85.
So the easiest thing to do is not let him have a go at it.
Well, that's what we all should do. But far too often, we do give our opponents a shot.
84.
I suppose that's on the likelihood of not being able to take out shots like a 1-4-2 on a regular basis, which is what Richard Horsey took out in the last leg.
140.
He's also had a 111 and 128 finish as well this week, so can treat us to the big stuff.
140.
We didn't get any closer to finding a nickname for him, though, did we? And he can't have big stuff, because that's the affectionate nickname of Brendan Dolan.
I still like Pipey.
59.
As in Horsey Pipey.
Yes. I could make him a great shirt for Richard Horsey Pipey.
84. Sebastian Javaquin, 117.
I think you've got a bit of work to do on that one. I don't think it's the finished article. But this could be.
77.
I've lost count of how many
116.
times he's hit that treble 19 in this game. It's been frightening accuracy on the second biggest target.
96.
Great effort.
Sebastian Javaquin, 40.
But this is for the best performance of Group C. And that
Game,
it is.
shot, and the match.
The average
Sebastian
just
Białowski.
sneaks under 100, but it is still his best performance of the week. And as far as Richard Hosey is concerned, that's his best average of the week as well in defeat. It just goes to show how good a game it was between these two. Look at the doubling as well. 50% for them both. They can both leave the stage with a bit of pride right there, as Białowski has won 9 from 9 in this group. Absolutely remarkable. When we come back, we'll close out round number 4 today with Jeff Murray and Willem Mandigers.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Well, with 4 games to spare, everything done and dusted here in terms of qualification for finals night from Group C. That's because of the last couple of results. 4-2 victories for both Harry Ward and Sebastian Białowski. Ward joining Białowski in qualifying with his win over Patrick van der Behard, and then Białowski beating Richard Hosey to assure that he is going to win this group. So the table looks like this going into these final 4 fixtures. Białowski, top of it, can't be caught in position 1. Harry Ward can't be caught in position 2. There may be a little bit of shuffling below that, but the top 2 are through. Hosey, van der Behard, Murray and Mandigers, the remaining players in the group, and Willem still looking for that first victory. Jeff Murray taking him on in the next game. The pair are practicing behind me now, so let's get it on in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yes, let's get it on then for this one. I'll be very interested to see how these guys perform, because they know exactly what's happening when they've played their next 2 matches. They are going home. Willem will go over the English Channel back to the Netherlands. And Jeff, after his debut, will go back to Newcastle. I'm sure that city's buzzing still after what happened a couple of days ago.
First like it's Jeff.
And it will be buzzing later when Chris Dobey is part of the quarterfinals of the World Grand Prix. And I'm sure on his way home he will be looking to see what Chris does. But this is a good opportunity now to put in a performance that gets you recognition from your ADC counterparts, both in Europe and domestically here in the UK, to say, do you know what? I'm good here. I want to do it again.
He has been very good at times. Jeff Murray, he's had a couple of highlights. 6 180s, 3 tumblers finishes, highlighted by the 151.
60.
Best average, 87.63. That actually came in his last match. And that was the one which we said was probably the most important one as well. So another good positive sign for Jeff Murray and a positive selection.
76.
This tournament structure is about giving people a great opportunity to find a way to be better. I think when Jeff gets back to playing Super League
140.
with the likes of Kevin McDine and Ryan Joyce, if he improves as a result
85.
of this experience,
Jeffrey
it's been
require
worth
80.
it. He starts as favourite in this one,
Game shot on the
especially
first leg.
now that he started with a
Jeff
14
Murray.
darter. The quality bug is catching.
Second leg is Willem to throw first. Game on.
How are you feeling if you're Willem Mandigas right now? You haven't won a game since Monday, and there's a scary prospect
60.
that might be it.
You want it over with. You certainly don't want to be up there playing any longer.
58.
And you're panicking. And we can see that. Not so much in these points of the game, but in those moments that decide if you win a leg, if you lose the match, if you win the match. All he's known is defeat for day after day.
22.
It can't be an easy thing to go through that for 5 straight days. I'm sure he woke up on Monday feeling quite positive, even though he was statistically
58.
the least favoured in Group A. And that proved to be the case when the whole campaign was finished.
55.
But whenever he chooses to go back to the Netherlands, I really hope that he can see the positives from what he's done here.
45.
He's put in a lot of reps.
125.
That's a good second dart.
93.
That's worked out pretty well. Good response here from Mandigas. He's got the 2 ADC qualifiers from England in his last 2 games. He's got Jeff here, he's got Richard in game 15. If he's going to win one of them, which one is more likely?
16.
Matthew Edgar's pausing for effect.
Will he require 16?
Pass.
He has deferred.
No score.
Can I phone a friend?
Jeff, you require 153.
Depends who you're going to phone. You're going to ask Jeff.
Can I have a 50-50?
Oh, not another big one.
135. Will he require
Just lost
16.
all power in that shot. Double 4.
12. Jeff, you require 18.
The confidence on the doubles has been lost. He's already missed 9 darts.
Game shot on the second leg.
And when you're missing
Jeff
doubles,
Murray.
people tend to do that to you with deflections like that.
I'm not sure the confidence on the doubles has gone.
Jeff
I
to
think
throw first. Game
it's
on.
gone. I don't think it needs any more context around that. He is completely void of confidence.
So with that in mind, because I want to try and see
140.
the positives in what's happened to Willem this week. Considering what he's been through, he's handled
95.
it with real class for me. Because lesser people, lesser players, the dummy would have been spat by now.
140.
He's
85.
kept very true to his action as well, hasn't he? He's not been throwing darts away and...
Well, let me put it to you this way. If this had happened to Aaron Monk,
60.
the infrastructure here at the MODUS Super Series would be at risk.
40. Jeff, you require 161.
You can just tell, though, he's had enough.
Well, your body actually does have an amount of
97.
adrenaline pumping through the veins all the time. But when it completely disappears to base levels, your body feels
60.
ghostly.
Jeff, you require 64.
Another 16 for double. for a 3-0 advantage.
Game shot
And he's
on
got
the third
another
leg.
wicked deflection.
Jeff Murray.
My word. First it's double 9, now it's double 16.
Fourth leg, it's Willem to throw first. Game on.
And in the battle of the two players who haven't won today, Jeff Murray is getting assists.
140.
Getting more assists than Kieran Trippier.
3.
100.
Yeah, but that one wasn't related to the Champions League. It was just general.
135.
I've told you to put him in your fantasy team this weekend.
And I haven't, so you know what's going to happen. He's going to score 14 free kicks.
Against West Ham. That'll be some effort.
60.
And Mandigas is having a better scoring leg here.
100.
In fact, I'm going to, while we're talking very quickly fantasy football, I'm going to do something here that's going to probably send our social media channels into meltdown.
95.
I might be bringing out Haaland this
126.
weekend. He might be dropped.
86.
You might ask why. But Julian Alvarez for Man City's playing better than Haaland at the minute. Scoring more goals. Scored a belter during the week against Leipzig.
96. When you require 40.
And Murray is scoring right here. Is Willem hitting the back of the net?
Game shot
Yes,
on the
he
fourth
is.
leg. Willem Mandigas.
He's not going to be bageled here. In the same fashion that he was done by Białecki
Fifth leg, it's Jeff to throw
and
first.
by Patrick
Game
van den Bogaard, who is probably sick of the sight of this week. Because Patrick's beaten him 5 times.
121.
You've just done something like that to keep yourself in it. And then you look up and see your opponent's got 2 darts in the treble
59.
20. You think, here we go again.
It takes a very specific kind of person to continually play darts for years and years and years.
100.
It can be classified as a somewhat masochistic sport to play because you're putting yourself through mental pain
43.
all the time. And it can materialize into physical pain because when somebody's hitting double 16s with deflections like Jeff has, or double
60.
9s with deflections like he's had, it almost feels like someone's punching you in the chest.
132.
That looks good.
100.
He's down to a Shanghai finish for the match to get his first 2 points of the day. To join Richard Horsey on 2 points for the day.
62.
Harry Ward's got 8.
120.
Białecki's got 8. Patrick's got 4. And our next game will be Białecki against Ward to see who's undefeated
45.
for Friday.
$28.
Can't leave it finish
So if
then.
you require
So
75.
Murray gets a more realistic chance this time to finish the game. Just checks where Willem is sitting at 177. He doesn't have to go any double-double routes. He can just set it up.
35. $57. Jeff, you require 40.
Double top. He's been doubling well.
Game
Doubles
shot out of the
brilliantly.
match. Jeff
And when you look
Murray.
at the statistics in this game, yes, it's a mid-80s average, which is one of his best averages of the week, in fact. However, on the doubles, 4 hits from 6, and we have seen a really big upward curve on the doubles from the people winning matches today. That's a great, great 2 points for Jeff. When we come back, it will be the final round of matches beginning, and we will start with a battle for supremacy here on Friday.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where you rejoin us ahead of this table-topping tussle between Sebastian Białowski and Harry Ward. The pole has taken top spot in Group C, Ward qualifying alongside him. So the positions won't change in this match, but it could still be significant, as of course the pair could well meet each other on finals night on Saturday. So who will claim bragging rights ahead of that? Let's find out in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Murph, you're absolutely right. It's all about bragging rights. It's all about getting ready for Saturday night. And as far as this fixture is concerned, it is a little bit of history potentially for Bolt. If he can win here against Harry Ward for the second day in succession,
First leg, it's Sebastian
he will have a
first.
perfect
Game
group,
on.
getting 20 points from 20. And if that doesn't give him confidence going into Saturday, I don't know what will.
These two players, though,
96.
Sebastian Białowski, Harry Ward, have been significantly better than the rest of the group. And I think there's no case in point to discuss more than the fact that when these two played each other
58.
yesterday, I said to you that I feel this is the worst game for them both to start with. Of which you said, well, the good news is they're not going to have to play each other
95.
until the last game tomorrow. And then we was trying to work out what it'd possibly be like at that point. Will one of them need a victory to guarantee their place? They're actually
41.
coming into this 6 and 10 points clear of the rest of the group, which means after they played each other yesterday in match number 1, they've just gone and blitzed the rest of the field.
60.
For the day, Sebastian is averaging 90.32 for his 4 wins. That is a bit of an improvement.
100.
Let me just embellish on what I've just said. On Thursday, Sebastian averaged 87.2. In Group A, the first 3 days of the week, 87.29.
100.
Really good consistency throughout the 20 games he played in the first 4 days. What has he done today? He's found an extra 3%.
76.
If he's on an upward trend
150.
of improvement, you got to say that he becomes a bigger threat for Saturday. But his day isn't finished yet.
58.
Not only that, we look at Harry Ward, who at the start of the day was talking about his range of performance. And we said the thing he needs to confirm his place is he just needs to
43.
find a level of
Sebastian required 92.
consistency that closes that range. Today, he's dropped it to 8.
Game shot in the first leg. Sebastian Białowski.
And weirdly, Harry Ward is actually averaging what Sebastian
Second leg,
was
it's
doing
Harry
in
to
Group
throw
A.
first. Game on.
87.29 to 2 decimal places is exactly the same. Exactly the same.
100.
Well, that's a big drop in the range, and it's 17 down to 8. It's more than halved.
That's what you talk about a lot. When we spoke about it for the first time,
46.
you were educating me about consistency, and yes, you can have a really good game, but if you have a terrible game as well, that range, the higher it is, the
140.
more susceptible you are to defeat. But based on what he's done today compared to yesterday, it's night and day. He's looked way more reliable than Thursday.
45.
And it gives you clues. If you go back to Tuesday, we went in with Alexander Merckx winning 4 games, and I said I didn't quite like the range and expected that he'd become vulnerable. And he did. He ended up
57.
dropping out of contention and ended up squeezing a Group B place in the end.
Does he squeeze through tonight?
I think a lot's going to come down to the early
60.
fixtures.
I'm going to go with yes. I think from what I've seen so far, I'm going to go with Merckx. And I'm going to say he's going to
82.
qualify via his last game. I think Klassen makes it. And Bolton. But it very much depends on whether Yellow
58.
Klassen's got
Harry
darts
122.
that he's happy with from the off. That's a good recovery.
90.
Doesn't miss the single this time. There's one thing that has gone wrong today, and there haven't been many things go wrong. He has missed a few singles.
100. Harry required 32.
Man, he's not going to get away with that tomorrow night with the lineup we're going to have in here. But it's not tomorrow night.
No score.
And they've always been low. It's always gone low. He pulls that one low again, but it is job done. He is through already. He doesn't have to win this game.
59.
He can now start getting
Harry
himself ready for
required
tomorrow.
32.
Getting ready for tomorrow starts now.
Gauge on the second leg. Harry Ward.
You don't want to go into Saturday on the back of a defeat. And as much as Białecki can say,
to throw
if he
first.
loses,
Game on.
well, I won the other 9, it still leaves a bit of a bitter taste in your mouth that you lost your last game.
95.
We've made a little bit about how Willem Mandigers has got this somewhat unwanted, I say somewhat, it's a very unwanted record of losing a certain amount of games.
22.
It's 21 now by the looks of it. And Białecki is now on the cusp of 10 wins in a row. He lost his last match in Group A to Alexander Merckx, who played his best game of the week. That was to qualify for Group B, like you mentioned. But to get a double digits
125.
win streak under your belt here at the Super Series at any time is commendable. The record is 16 wins in a row.
99.
That belongs to Jim McEwen, who is actually going to be here next week.
So even if he is to win,
81.
to break the record, he's going to have to wait till Champions Week.
Correct. But Jim McEwen actually won 14 games off the back of 2 wins from a previous week.
34.
He didn't do it in the same week. What he would do, if he beats Harry Ward here and wins
60.
all 4 games on
Stephen
Saturday night, is he would equal
73.
the most wins consecutively in a week, I believe.
33.
I said he was a Terminator. He will be back.
$60. Sebastian required 40.
Double top. And
Gauge
takes
on
the
the
lead
third
once
leg.
again.
Sebastian
You
Białecki.
do get the feeling that even with this being his 5th game of the day, he could still go for another 5 games. I said that on Wednesday.
First.
I think at times, and I think you've backed me up with this, Matt, at times he's looked tired, especially in his 5th
85.
game yesterday. But his ability to hydrate and conserve energy by not spending it on emotion I think that's one of the reasons why he can do this.
100.
It's about keeping enough in. I did a
140.
feature not too long ago where we had to build the perfect dart player. And I spoke about something that Michael Smith talked about after coming off stage in various events, and he says about
100.
holding it in until the moment of release. If you let it out too early, you've got nothing left. And when you watch Michael Smith and you look at the way he celebrates,
86.
it is very controlled until the big thing happens, and then he just goes. Look at the celebration after beating Phil Taylor, for example. Did a lap of the room.
180.
That 180, that signifies if Wayne Mardle was to hit that in exhibition, he'd do a lap of the room. Literally run a lap of the room. To the Benny Hill soundtrack, isn't it?
26. Sebastian,
That's
number
correct.
121.
I think he did one back-to-back once.
Must have been really energized that night. Double 14.
Game shot on the
Superb.
4 flag.
12 darter from
Sebastian
Białecki. He only
Białecki.
needs one more leg. And if he was to get a walk on track for
They get
Saturday
Sebastian
night,
to
you might
throw
as well
first.
just give him
Game
the
on.
music from WWF, which was Mr. Perfect.
$57.
If these guys were wrestlers, I suppose you'd have to say that Big H is a bit like Braun Strowman.
134.
Big, brash, friendly.
I can
30.
confirm he did do back-to-back. It was against Kevin Painter.
Of course it was.
And Kevin Painter just throws his darts as normal while Mardle runs round the room.
60.
I wouldn't advocate anybody doing that here on a Saturday night. Keep your emotions in for the 180s. Because you might
81.
need that energy for winning the night, which will be £5,000, I might add. But if you do win the night, feel free. Run around the room all you want.
99. $59.
I get the feeling this game's going to have a sixth leg. Especially when Harry's doing that.
140.
For a second, I thought it might have been his turn to have a run around the room.
A victory lap. That's what Sebastian Białecki will be doing. The group winner of Group C.
Harry requires 68.
Double 16.
52.
This would be the
Sebastian
perfect
require
way
170.
of finishing Group C. Bullseye. Exclamation point.
145.
He really wanted that.
Harry
He
requires
really
16.
wanted it.
I think in a way, I kind of
Angel
wanted it for
the
him as
fifth
well,
leg.
just to
Harry
really
Ward.
stamp a good ending to what's been a fantastic group for Sebastian Białecki.
I think there's a
So
nice
if they get Harry
camaraderie
to throw
between these two.
first, Game on.
Just a wink and a smile at the end of leg 5. But I think even Harry Ward, had Sebastian hit that 170,
180.
would have congratulated him with all his might. He has got a 170 checkered on this stage, Sebastian. He hit it in leg 6
92.
of his final match on a Saturday night with Andy Bolton in the previous series. He hit it to stay in the night. A remarkable shot.
98.
But ultimately, he would lose leg 7 and not get the weekly title. So what you've got with our 2 Group
60.
C graduates, you have a 4th consecutive Saturday night from Białecki. You have a second Saturday night qualification from Big H. And you've got the Super Series myth that is Luke Littler.
97. And we require 89.
It's going to be a good finals night.
We only know half of the people in it.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Well, this game's not
Harry
over yet.
Ward.
A very fair reflection of the two best players in this group.
7th and final leg.
Having a very good Friday.
First. Game on.
One more leg to determine whether Sebastian can get 20 points or he'll have to settle for 18.
And I can tell you that Harry Ward will want to
96.
stop him having the perfect group here. I remember that week when Jim McEwen nearly did the 15 from 15, Group A. He lost to Josh Payne.
140.
And Josh Payne wanted to stop him going into that room that day. He was gunning for him. He didn't want him to go through the card. Harry Ward's got a chance here to protect
100.
the group from having that perfect player in there.
Do you remember after that Group A campaign when Jim McEwen had a dart at double 18 for that 30th point?
95.
Josh did win that game. Do you remember how Jim did on the Saturday night?
No.
He lost both of his group games. Didn't even make the semis.
95.
This is all on approach to Saturday. You can finish 3rd in Group B and win the week.
60.
Just because you do well in qualifying is no guarantee of what you do on day 6. Hasn't needed treble 19 a great deal in this match compared to the previous one, where he barely missed it against Richard Hosey. But it's around about time
80.
that he banks a
So
treble 19 or 2.
26.
It hasn't worked out this time.
46.
Can Harry Ward do what Białecki couldn't? He does exactly the same.
86.
But he finds the 60.
Require 80.
So one person has a 2 darter. One has a 1 darter. It's got to be the 15s. Double 10.
60.
He's had a dart for 20 points.
He required 40.
He had one at the 170 as well.
Game shot.
Well,
and the
it's not
match.
going to be the perfect
Harry
group,
Ward.
but it's still a brilliant campaign for Sebastian Białecki. Harry Ward takes the perfect day, and it is 10 points from 10 for him today, and his Big H, big confidence, is going to be swelling ahead of another Saturday night challenge for the man from Derbyshire. They're going through. The following 4 people aren't, but let's see them play anyway. And we'll start with Patrick van den Bogaard in his last game here in Week 9 against Jeff Murray.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
welcome back. So one of our 2 qualifiers from Group C is Harry Ward, and you've done it by stopping Sebastian Białecki getting a clean sweep in that group. That could give you something if you meet him tomorrow, couldn't it?
Yeah, I'm really happy. I knew Sebastian obviously won every one of his games, and I thought going into the last game, I thought if I win, I've won 5 out of 5 today, and that's what I wanted to do. And he missed the 170, obviously, to beat me, but I've played okay today. Yesterday, I was obviously happy winning 3 out of 2, but today, no, the first 3 games for me today were massive. And once I'd won them 3, I've sort of relaxed a little bit, and I'm just dead pleased to get to Saturday.
Yeah, back-to-back finals nights as well. It's going to be an interesting one again, because last time you were here, Luke Littler was here as well. You actually played in the group stage, and it's usually a really good atmosphere. Is that some experience that you can feed off for tomorrow?
Yeah, obviously last time Luke draws the crowd in and lost in the semi-finals to Andy. I missed a few doubles. I believe I was scoring better than Andy in that game, but just missed a few shots, and Luke beat Andy with like 117 average or something silly, so I was kind of glad I weren't in that final, but dead happy. 2 Saturdays in a row for me, and I wanted to go one better this time, so maybe I can.
And just finally on you generally, I mean, last time you stood here and we spoke about the fact that you kind of lost the love for the game a little bit. Have you got that back now, and has being here helped you get it back?
Of course it has, yeah. I always seem to play well here. I've not played too well this week, but I've got the results, and it makes me concentrate on that stage. And my form coming into this hasn't been great. My friends who play local league with will tell you that, but I'm dead happy to win 5 out of 5 today and get through. And tomorrow, well, saying that anyone can be a danger first of all, but tomorrow I can be a danger if I turn up and play well.
Absolutely, well done. We'll look forward to it. Perfect day for Harry Ward. He's through to finals night with Sebastian Białecki and, of course, Luke Littler. A couple of games left to play in this group, however, and it's Patrick van den Behard against Jeff Murray in the company of Paul and Matt.
Welcome back, and thank you very much. That was a great interview with Harry Ward. Always very eloquent, and very friendly and very honest. I think it's a great achievement to get 5 wins from 5 today in this company, because if you think about where he was sitting at the start of Playmat, he was 4th. He has vaulted his way to 2nd position, somewhat easily in 2nd position now by 8 points over Richard Hosey.
First leg, it's Patrick to throw first. Game on.
I don't like to, and I'm sure many people are going to laugh at this, I don't like to speak about myself in this sort of context, but I feel I'm the best person to vouch for Harry Ward on the back of coming into something like this off the back of a big break of competitive darts, or not getting much competitive darts. Yes, he's playing in his local leagues. That's a sociable thing. That's not competitive darts. That is social darts. That's fun. That's a hobby. This is completely different. And for him to have a layoff like he has had, and even though we've seen him here at the Super Series, the weeks are so spread apart. It's not like he's mixing this together with attending regular challenge tours or going out and playing in tournaments. So to come here and produce when he really needed to like that, absolutely brilliant from Harry Ward, and good signs for what may come, because it's October. Q School is told us he's going to. It seems ages away, because you look and you think we've got the Slam, the Players' Championships, the World Championship, we've got Christmas, we've got all this to come. It's less than a couple of months away, because it's now at the start of January as well. We're just a couple of months out from Q School. This could be the start of Harry Ward's preparation for that tournament.
So what you're saying is, in a nutshell, this could be the 2nd version of Harry Ward. And you could call him
99.
H 2.0.
92.
I've been spending way too much time with Chris Murphy for puns like that. He can't get a 56. Third 92 with 2 double 18s. That would have been something else from Patrick. Even he cracked a smile at that 92 effort. He knows he's had a couple of those today.
Patrick, you require 36.
Just the one.
Game shot on the
And that's what he gets for 1-0.
Patrick van den Bogard. Second against Jeff to throw first.
Doesn't go through a lot of water on the stage. He just sips it, doesn't he? But I think that's a very wise thing to do. Just wet your lips. You don't have to guzzle it like Rob Cross does. Goes through more water than Niagara Falls, that guy.
Do you know, every time I played on any TV stage or Euro Tour stage, I never even touched the water.
So I can't understand that because in certain matches I've gone through a couple of litres.
140.
But the thing was, in the breaks, I like to stay on the stage, and I feel if I'm sat sipping the water, I may need to go to the, especially a World Championship game, you're on there for an hour.
45.
I didn't want to have to go off to go to the toilet.
When nature calls, you have to go, but I can see the logic in what you're saying.
60.
Because then, like, you go to the toilet, then you go wash your hands, so then you got to dry your hands before you come back on. It's like a whole sequence of events that I didn't want to go through. And it's cold back there.
Oh, it's cold. World Championship at Alexandra Palace is played around Christmas time, and it's fairly nippy. And the playing arena is quite warm. That change of temperature can really flummox some players, especially when it comes to your hands. Things can swell. I can say that from personal experience. I preferred Alexandra Palace the other way, you know, when it was long and thin. I thought it was better, but that's just me. I think for the viewer, it's better now.
34. Jeff, you require 50.
Well, I'm not sure what went right there, if anything at all. Double 16 for Jeff.
Game shot the second.
Nice deflection on double 16. He levels up. And I can't believe this is his 10th game in Group C, and I have not made one joke about the Wiggles.
Game on.
If we've got some young parents out there who get their kids to sing along to the Wiggles, they probably know what I'm about to say. Their famous track, Wake Up Jeff.
35.
You ever heard that, Matt?
I've not even heard of the Wiggles before.
Must be an Australian thing. A few gentlemen in brightly coloured long sleeve t-shirts driving a big red car. And when you hear their songs, you are clamouring for a padded room.
97. $44.
I wonder what Patrick's going to feel about this campaign. First and foremost, disappointed not to make Group B.
85.
Now disappointed to finish in the bottom 3 of Group C.
I think sometimes when you come to something like the Super Series and you do as well as Patrick did on the first time, when you come back the second time and this happens, it's almost like a reality check. Because you can go away and think, that weren't as hard as I thought it was. I can do this. And then you come here and it just sort of
60.
Wakes you back up again a little bit, reminds you of what you need to do.
It reminds you of how hard darts can be. But there is something small on the line here.
60. Patrick 124.
Patrick wins this match. He will go to 4th position and demote Jeff Murray to 5th.
92.
That could indeed mean a lot to Patrick because he strikes me as the kind of guy who's very aware of everything here. And just that tiny bit of motivation might get him through this game. Did say might.
Game shot.
It gets him through the leg.
Patrick van den Bogaard.
He actually has a chance, believe it or not. If he wins by a big
Jeff
enough margin here, and he gets a little favour from his friend Willem, he might even finish 3rd.
On 8 points.
140.
Which just goes to show how dominant the leading two players in this group have been.
$100.
We've spoken about Patrick. How about Jeff? How does he categorise his first week here in Portsmouth?
I think he'll be happy.
125.
I got the impression when I spoke to him at the start of play yesterday that he was just really happy to be here. And he's won 4 matches. He's got a chance of having a 50-50 record. I think he'll be more than happy with his first outing. So it'll inspire him to play more ADC events. He's been picking up ADC titles, so he's a player we might see again anyway, off the back of an ADC invitation.
Very true. We've seen multiple visits from Adam Atkinson in the same area of the world, but the ADC have got a really good presence in the Northeast, in different parts of the Northeast. Tyneside, County Durham, Teesside, then going into North Yorkshire as well, where we saw the champion of last week, Chris Quantock.
$133.
So he's double 14.
193.
Gauntlet laid down for Jeff. Just checking that he needs 18 in bull.
45.
Gets the 18, but not the bull.
28.
And after that wonderful approach, Patrick has 3 darts for 3-1.
Game shot on the
This
fourth
isn't
leg.
just good.
Patrick van den Bohoff.
This is very good. Averaging over 96 and 3 out of 4 on doubles.
Fifth leg, it's Patrick to throw first.
This is the kind of performance that you wish he'd had in the lockout earlier in the week.
It's not too little. It's a fantastic performance, just far, far too late.
125.
It's also a reminder to everybody else as to why he did win a group and why he did win a week
34
in the previous series. It was no fluke. He can play. It just hasn't been sewn together this week the way he wanted.
58.
Only the one win today for Jeff Murray.
123.
That came in his previous game against Villamandigas. 85.12 the average in that game.
83.
It's not his highest average in a match here over the last couple of days. But it is his highest winning average.
140.
It's amazing how many times that happens, actually. People getting their biggest average of the week and it being a losing average. But if you want to talk about that,
Jeffy Rock,
ask Daryl Pilgrim. He's got the 2 biggest averages in this Super Series history. One of them is a losing average of over 118 against Scott Taylor.
44. Patrick Rock, 140.
This will be some send-off for Patrick to be on his way back to the Netherlands and does so with a bang.
The match.
A
Patrick
wonderful
van den
finish
Bohoff.
and a great performance to say goodbye to week 9. We've enjoyed having you, Patrick. We will see you once again, Mr. Boogie. But I suppose we've got to say it one more time, haven't we? He wins by 4 legs to 1. It's Patrick van den Bogaard.
Meet Rob's Grand Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, you've heard from the runner-up in Group C. Now we are going to hear from the winner. Sebastian Białecki, congratulations. How do you feel about how you've performed this week?
Thank you for congratulations, and I think it's a really good week for me. Little at the start of the week, it's a little worst. Monday it's not good for me. 1 win and 4 losses. And but Tuesday was great. Unlucky in Wednesday in the last match I lose win with Alexander, but last 2 days with today it's brilliant for me.
Yeah, really good the last 2 days. You won 9 matches in a row.
Yeah.
Were you a little bit annoyed to lose the last one to Harry Ward?
Yeah, it's for me it's a little sad, but I know I had a chance, so for me it's brilliant, but little shame.
And you know what Saturdays are all about. Every single time you've been here, you've made it to that stage on a Saturday night. Last time you came very close as well in the final. So how are you feeling about your chances tomorrow?
Maybe for me it's another chance to win, of course, the final day, but we will see what happened tomorrow.
Yeah, and it was Andy Bolton, wasn't it, who beat you in a last leg decider. You could end up playing him on that stage tomorrow. Are you thinking about a little bit of revenge, maybe?
If we will play it, so maybe I hope.
Well, you've certainly played really well over the last couple of days, so well done. We'll see you tomorrow, and hopefully we'll see some of you as well here, if not watching, and there's one more match to watch as well today, so we'll get it on in the company of Paul and Matthew.
Great to hear from Sebastian, who's had a wonderful campaign here in Group C. So in Polish, it is gratulacje, Sebastian. Now, a chance for Willem Mandigas to get a win in this group. A first win since Monday. Now, we all like you, Richard, but we've got to throw a little bit of sympathy the way of Willem. Come on, Willem. You know you want to get a win.
To throw first.
But
Game on.
we know that the man from the West Midlands has got to be integral here. He's got to be professional, and he's got to put
59.
Mandigas away, because this is the epitome of no sympathy. He wants to go home with 10 points in the table, which would guarantee him 3rd position, which you have to say would make him feel very good about his campaign.
Absolutely. He'd be very happy with 3rd. Well, I wouldn't say very happy. He obviously wanted to qualify,
40.
but you want to be as high up that table as you possibly can be. It will be out there in the internet world forever and ever. You certainly don't want to be sat at the bottom, and you certainly don't want to be sat at the bottom with that big 0 next to your name still, like Mandigas currently is.
The only time a dart player like 0
98
is when they hit 0 at the end of the leg. That's the name of the game.
123.
One thing we can say is that Willem has remained incredibly professional from start to finish this week. 25 games.
50.
He's completed 24 and he's only got the 1 win. Nobody's going to be happy with that.
45. William York 131.
But situations like this, they really test your mental strength. And I think the way he's handled it is something that
24.
I'm not sure I could have done. I would have cracked by now.
$57. William York 107.
He's not the kind of player that's going to be exuberant and start giving us loads of smiles and
52. Richard York
flailings of the arm. He's not made that way. But he'll be feeling it inside.
128. William York
He's got a chance here to take the opening leg. He's going to get 2 darts at tops. Ideal.
Game shot on the
Perfect.
third leg. Willem
Mandegers gets the first one on the board. I'm just getting vibes.
Second leg, it's Richard to throw first.
I've got nothing to
Game
base it on. I've got no form, no stats, nothing to tell you as to why. Just getting vibes that he could do this.
He has had chances over the last few days.
100.
One game in particular where he was 3-1 up and lost. I'm sure that was the one that hurt the most because he had match darts.
83.
Well, even in the position he is now, 5-2 to win this match at 1-0 up. And he's got the darts if it went all the way.
81.
That just shows how much faith people have lost in Mandegers throughout this campaign.
What's been his biggest miss scoring-wise? And you could
99.
even go so far to say that the same misses on the doubles as well. Because I've seen a lot of darts going to the right of his target.
121.
Case in point.
Even those 260s are in the right half.
I think it's just the sprayed darts that have been the problem. It's okay missing straight, but he's been spraying them.
97.
This
Richard,
is
146.
firm.
I think in Italian that means close.
94.
It definitely is in French.
102.
When you say close the door, it's fermer la porte. Close the door, Willem.
82. Richard, you require 52. Game
That was a
shot on the
really good
second
check
leg.
out, but the first stop was a
Richard
little
Hosey.
close to that treble 20.
Well, he's had an opportunity
So
there.
Willem to throw first.
Willem Mandegers, a little bit of encouragement. He had a dart of tops for a 2-0 lead. But there's that right dart again that you speak
83.
about.
It happens way too often. Got to try and figure out why that's happening, Willem. Is it Oki position?
59.
Is it a grip issue? Is it a release thing? Look at the way the darts are behaving. There it is.
28.
That was drastically right.
You can often tell a lot about the dart in how it lands. Are they
46.
all landing in the same? Or like Mandegers, that one in at one angle, one at another? Let's see how the dart number 2's kicking more flight to the right, point to the left.
You can see when he gets the marker and hits it, he's still got this uncanny knack of nestling them
122.
together. So that's encouraging.
Now, normally you'd say that's the finger and the thumb not working in sync on the release, but he
41.
actually puts the dart on top of the thumb.
Yeah, that's a really unusual set position with that grip.
96.
So obviously what I would work on if I were him over the next couple of months
60.
is just getting the line right.
To do that, he's probably just going to need a little bit more acceleration.
154.
Reminds me a bit of... Oh, hang on.
Game shot on the third leg.
Wow.
Willem
What a finish on
Mandegers.
Mandegers. And even he's surprised.
He's been stone-faced all
Fourth leg, it's
week,
Richard to throw first.
but he's
Game
human. He hits that 154, and that impressed himself. I don't blame him.
97.
There's a moment in a movie, I know you're going to know this reference, where Homer gets on the motorbike and he needs to go round the wheel.
45.
Yeah.
And when he gets to the top, it falls and the motorbike falls on him. And then the guy's like, oh, this is so funny, you can have another go. And when he does it a couple of times,
100.
Lisa says to him, when you get to the top, that's when you need to accelerate,
But
not
that's the
slow down.
scariest part.
You know the exact one, yeah.
60.
That is where Mandegers needs that little bit of acceleration.
Are you trying to tell me that when he hit that 154,
81.
he wanted to come into the commentary box and he say, I'll take that truck now?
I've just got a feeling Mandegers is going to be watching this back and going on
96.
YouTube to watch Homer Simpson in The Wheel of Death.
He falls over the motorbike without even trying the accelerator.
59.
That counts as a try. Oh, so funny.
68. Richard, you've got 164.
As good as that 154 was, he's still involved in a match.
54.
And just get this as well. His best finish of the week before that 154 was 101.
56. Richard, you've got 110.
He's improved numerically on his best finish by 50%.
78.
He's not going to take this out. It's impossible.
27. Richard, you require 32.
To level the game. Double 16.
Game shot on
There
the
we are,
full
2-2.
leg. Richard Hosey.
Best of 3 from here to end Group C.
Fifth leg, it's
Still
Williams
got the
with reverse.
darts.
Game on.
Trying to look at the glass half full here for Willem.
Doesn't make him favourite though for the game. He's still trading around about
41.
3-1, which I always think is a really good indicator into what the probability of a result is.
134.
And that is going out all the time as Richard Hosey looks like he's going to be making a bit of a
84.
move here to try and get that breaker throw.
If Richard Hosey was a Simpsons character, which one would he be?
137.
Stew on that for a sec.
Homer.
Homer hasn't got a beard. And he's got 3
40.
hairs on the top of his head.
He does have a beard, doesn't he? Homer? Well,
It's
he's got
not
a
stubble.
goatee. Yeah.
81.
I think you've got someone in mind then, I'm guessing.
I haven't actually. I was more interested to see what you thought.
140. Richard, 149.
Good leg here from Richard. Break of through opportunity here.
51.
Now, he's in 2-dart territory. That's pretty much the only bright side of that visit.
41. Richard, you require 98.
This is where you just set it up for tops.
43. William, you
We try
require
to anyway.
155.
Not another biggie. Well, he went for a very creative route there.
84. Richard, you require 55.
Don't blame him, actually.
I've never seen that route attempted in my life.
Game shot on the
I bet
fifth
you've seen
leg.
that before.
Richard
3-2
Hosey.
to Richard Hosey. I've got one last point for you about The Simpsons, actually. This is a true story.
Fifth leg, it's
There is a
Richard to throw
character
first.
in
Game
Simpsons decades called Andy Hamilton.
96.
I can only think that he might have been like the Hamburglar kid.
81.
Another true character.
95.
But we spoke at the start of this game about the opportunity Richard Hosey has
94.
here to finish in the top half of the table, to finish third. On debut, here representing the ADC, that would not be a bad thing.
45.
Just lets the selectors know that he is capable of mixing it up in this sort of field.
64.
He's closing in on his 5th victory.
43.
He's got all his maths right so far this week. Uses the board very efficiently, Richard Hosey.
45.
Has been playing darts for quite some time now. Very much a supporter of the
96.
county and Super League system in the UK.
100. Richard, 126.
The ball.
88.
That would have been a nice way to sign off his Group C
117.
campaign. And Mandiguez take us to a deciding leg.
77. Richard, you require 38. Game
Straight
shot
for
on
it,
the match.
and straight in
Richard
for Richard
Hosey.
Hosey, who makes it 5 wins, 5 defeats from his Group C campaign from Willem Mandiguez. He'll probably just be glad the week is over. It's been a torrid campaign for him. And although Richard Hosey is not going to be taking part in the Super Series finals tomorrow, he will be playing tomorrow afternoon, trying to take an ADC title belt off of Mark Hilton. But as far as Group C goes, it's Harry Ward and Sebastian Bielecki that go through to Saturday night.
Yeah, it was indeed about those two players. Paul Nicholson, this finals night lineup's getting really exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, we talked about how strong Group A was at the start of the week, and the possibility of this was right in front of us. And the oldest person in finals night after 2 groups is 26. That's encouraging.
Yeah, and all players that have been there before as well. We'll just get a recap of the results today. We thought quite early that it would end up being a formality for Białecki, and Harry Ward made that second place his own with 5 wins.
He did, but I think the biggest result of today was Game 3. You think about Patrick van den Bogaard, who wasn't out of the running at that point. He was 3-0 up, and he was looking at match darts continuously. If he gets that win, we might have a very different day. But the fact that Sebastian won that game by 4 legs to 3, he got away with that one and made the most of it.
Yeah, came back in that one and just carried on, did Białecki, produced some really good stuff, followed up with a 4-0 win against Mandiguez, took out a fabulous 1-2-1 checkout to win that one as well, just confirming his place at finals night.
These are the kind of things you want to do. When you're very close to qualification, you want to run through the line and you want to get the job done with a bit of a pop like that. That gives you confidence, knowing that when you play on Saturday night, if you're in command and you have a match start, you can get it done really quickly.
Yeah, and speaking of spectacular checkouts, Harry Ward has produced a fair few, not just this time, but the time before he was here. One of them here in the match against Hosey, and that was the game where he really took control of the qualification race.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I think Hosey's played a big part in this group. He's been very tough to beat, and sometimes you need to take shots like that out. Look at what Willem Mandiguez did in that last game against Hosey. He took out a big shot, and I know he was surprised by it, but they're the kind of things you need to do against Richard. I think he's going to be a really tough customer in the next couple of years.
Any significance ahead of tomorrow in the fact that Ward managed to get that win over Białecki, ending his 9-match winning streak and going 5 from 5 himself today?
I don't think Sebastian's too bruised by it. I think he knows that winning 9 games out of 10 is a Herculean effort in itself, but I think Harry will take something from it. He will believe that he's dented the armour of Białecki, but it remains to be seen whether they are on a collision course on Saturday. Yeah,
well, despite that perfect day for Harry Ward, it is Sebastian Białecki who wins Group C, tops the table with Ward in second, Hosey, as we mentioned, in third, van den Bogaard, a weekly winner before. It just goes to show how strong the depth is in the amateur semi-professional game at the moment, that a player who's won here before struggled to get through Group A and now Group C.
Yeah, unfortunately, this week it was a tale of the stuff in the middle. His first couple of games on Monday were excellent. Then he seemed to taper off after that over the course of the next couple of days. But then he found his better stuff towards the end when he was eliminated, so it just didn't click at the right time.
Yeah, well, let's just show you how this week is panning out overall, because we mentioned the finals night is getting exciting, and that's why the first name, of course, Luke Littler, has won every single week he's been here, including 2 series back-to-back. He's up against Sebastian Białecki and Harry Ward, both gunning for him, and there are players in that Group B who could be gunning for him as well.
Oh, they're all gunning for him, don't get me wrong, but they know they've got a job to do first just to get to Saturday night. And I don't think there's going to be many friends in that room later. We had reports a little bit earlier on today. I'm not going to shy away from them. That practice room is going to be quiet tonight. It's all business, no friends.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a look at the Group B table just to show you how things lie going into this evening session. Starts at 10 p.m, by the way, on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. It's Andy Bolton who leads away, but the top 3 go through. So even with 6 points, 4th place is on 4. That's significant.
It is. I think Mark Hilton can count himself lucky that he's still in the race. He could have been cut adrift, but you've got to give him credit for getting a win last night to stay in the race, but it's going to have to be hot from him from the off tonight. it's easy for us to say that Merck's a series winner before, not a series winner, a weekly winner before. Klassen's won a couple of weeks. They're probably going to be the favourites ahead of Jordan Brooks. I think Andy Bolton's going to qualify. I just think he's got too much experience and too much grit at the minute. But as for the other couple of spots, definitely up for grabs.
Yeah, I mean, if it were to be Bolton, Jelle Klassen and one other, but what a magnificent finals night. One of the best weekly finals nights we probably had.
Yeah, great excuse to get yourself down here and watch it, because I know that Littler will be a heavy favourite, but he's not a machine. He's a man.
Yeah, and in this short format, there's always a bit of vulnerability. As Paul said, do get down here and watch it if you can on Saturday night, but make sure your eyes are on the screen both tomorrow and tonight, because he also mentioned there was a little bit of needle, so we will see some darting drama this evening. Join us at 10 to see who joins the 3 that have already qualified.
After 12, he's used to seeing him either leaving a double or a 2-dart combination. Oh, double 14.
Shot in the second leg. Luke
That is
Littler.
what he has in the locker. That was a beauty. Hotel around the corner. Doors open at 6:30.
Game shot in the first
PM.
leg. Luke Littler.
I don't know what it is about that finish. I just love it. Observe this young man, hoping their own
11.
offspring get somewhere near what he's achieving. 81 left. He's going to give us 3 balls. Oh, nearly did a Steve West.
125. Luke 110.
He did go ball.
Game shot in the match.
He went
Luke
ball.
Littler.
Fortunately, found a small 18, which left 32.
So he does have 6 darts to book his place there.
Game shot on the match.
He completes the job in 15 darts with 117. Check out an average of 109.31.
Your winner for week 10, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Luke, you require 132.
Now Littler wants a couple of bullseyes. He may come away. No, he stayed there and he's found a way. Oh,
Game
yes,
shot on
what
the
a checkout
third
that
leg.
is.
Luke Littler.
Wasn't sure there was room for another. How wrong was I? How right was he? This match already. Another one in there. Leaves. Double 16.
Game
wow.
shot on the sixth
Well, the
leg.
1-3-2
Luke Littler.
was exceptional. And that 1-4-6 can be put in the same bracket. But even I can work that one out. Make 75%.
180.
This has got to be right up there with the match we've seen a little earlier. Luke was involved in that one. It was against Justin Hood that time, and he
140.
He lost.
He still needed 2 enormous finishes to even get to this position.
141.
It's absolutely exceptional. He could win it by breaking the throw with a 10-darter.
spectacular.
135. Luke, you require 40. Game, shot,
And that,
and the match,
ladies
Luke Littler.
and gentlemen, is what all the fuss is about.
You're playing with a lot of freedom. It's this man under the pressure.
Game shot on the
and
fourth
he
leg.
responds.
Luke Littler.
And that's a third consecutive ton plus out.
bullseye for Littler. In it goes, the 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour. The 16-year-old leads 3-1 and is making a powerful start shootout on Champions Night. Well, he wants a bit of noise.
They asked, Littler delivered.
Do you know what that tells me? That both players there knew exactly the scenario in this match, because he waited until he was... Yeah, 11 bull. Bull. And he conducts the crowd.
Game.
The greatest throwman. This prodigy, Luke Littler, showboating at the Super Series. Bullseye, 11 bullseye. 100% he's doing
63.
He's hit his last 4 darts at the bull. He's gone bull 11 bull, and now he wants 3 bulls. There's one of them. This is ridiculous. Oh!
Rubbish.
What's all the hype about? It's to finish the final on the bullseye after his exploits earlier this evening. He's going to get better than that too. A double 14. And Luke Littler,
Super Series champion.
the leading light. The Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old who becomes the 3rd MODUS Super Series champion. A family affair, emotion for the young man, but Luke Littler, well, he's a deserving champion, isn't he?
The champion of the MODUS Super Series in Series 3 is the Luke Littler!
It's 27.
See if this goes first. I like that.
Game on the second leg. Luke Littler.
Maturity from Luke Littler, the 1-2-7 in game.
Yourself, it's more the team around you that can keep you in the best possible way. Oh, this is absolutely excellent. Double 10 for 1-3-4
leg.
to put Luke Littler 2-1 in front. And just when the game needed a little bit of a spark, Luke has dropped a nuke.
Luke, the record 170.
For sure.
Another. Leaves the bullseye. Oh,
Game
it's
on the
absolutely
sixth
marvellous
leg.
from Luke Littler.
Luke Littler.
But almost expected.
No.
There we go. That's why he gets the big bucks.
180.
You take each game as they come, but there is such a huge gap in terms of their numbers just this evening. Never mind going over historical stats. But the flip of the coin may be that he feels like he's under no pressure because there's no expectation.
What about now?
Game on the first leg.
Thus
Luke
allowing him.
Littler. 180.
He'll stay there.
170.
Series champion. Seals his spot at finals night once again. Luke Littler needed one victory and he's got it. 19s for starters. Nails it. And now the bull nails it. 3-1. Luke Littler does get his little moment of glory.
Probably just wanting this to be over.
Yeah, he's just walked into something very, and you can just see how it's just that little bit of, it's just that measurement, isn't it? He's measured and he's taking just that little bit of extra caution.
135.
He's not throwing any darts away. He knows where every one of these is going. And here we go again.
180.
This is sensational from Luke Littler.
140. Look,
Martin's
require
come back with
45.
a 140, but with this 45, oh, he's finally missed something. It's double 16, but he didn't miss for long. What an amazing, amazing final
Super
win
Series champion
from Luke Littler. 4-0 win.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your Week 8 champion, Luke Littler.
If you look at his record in qualifying for Champions Week, it's rather impressive.
180.
And the only person I can think of who reminds me of Steve West is Josh Payne last year, who had this ridiculous record of qualifying for Saturday
99.
night every time he
Luke,
came
you
here.
require
Yeah,
82.
Matt Clark, another one.
Game shot in
Just
the
a
second leg. Luke Littler.
Casual little 11 dart hole.
Luke require 111.
Ball. 11.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Luke Littler.
What more can be said? That is classic. Or should I say, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, about a 16-year-old boy.
6th leg, it's Colin to
That's
throw
vintage
first.
Luke
Game
Littler.
on.
He's not far away from qualification. He's one dart away. And that was it. We've got our first man-side checkout of the week, and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch to Sugar Reese Robinson.
Second leg, it's
That
Luke
means
to throw
that Littler
first.
goes through
Game on.
with Colin Osborne, and Robinson now, all he can do is smile, because he might be on the end of a real shellacking here. The mood that Littler's in.
Remember, all the players watch this. They'll be fully aware of, oh, hello, Tops. They'll be fully aware of what he's capable of.
Game shot.
He is bringing these fans to their feet. They've both got 100% on doubles in this match so far. It's double five. And Luke Littler is still the MODUS Super Series champion. He won it in Series 3, and he's now successfully defended it against the most successful competitor he could have been put up against here in the final.
Gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Two fixtures. They both lost both their fixtures, and they're both on -6. One of them is going to be bottom of the table on 0 points after 3 matches. Connor Heenan's just had his throw broken and then hits back with a maximum visit. But this is the best I have seen Alan Norris play for some time. And I don't just mean because he's hitting all the trebles like Connor Heenan firing in for a second 180, a back-to-back 180. He's the last player to hit a 9-darter, the only man to do it under this roof.
Connie record 141.
They say history has a habit of repeating itself.
Can it? Double 12. He's only going to do it again. He really is the man. He's the only man who's hit a 9-darter under this roof, and now he's got 2.
Let's look at what Steve did in that match before we take a look at Luke. A couple of 180s from Westy. An average in excess of a ton.
180.
Luke was 80% on the doubles, hit 3 180s and had 107.55 average.
100.
And it also included that very near, incredible 1-2-2 finish, didn't it?
Indeed. Luke said to us at the end of the night,
180.
it doesn't really matter. Let's focus on the now.
Is this the third time he's done this
57.
week?
Steve, you're calling 141.
It's on this time. It's still on.
Game shot on the
Steve
first
West.
leg.
He's promised
Steve
it all week,
West.
and he's the first person not called Conor Heenahan to have a perfect leg in Portsmouth.
Fifth leg, it's Daryl to throw
Absolutely
first.
liking
Game.
everything about him today. And Daryl Pilgrim, you wouldn't know if he was 3-1 up or down, and that's a real testament to his character. And that's 5 180s.
180.
He's averaging 121.82 and losing 3-1. Go figure.
57.
Wow, wow, and wow again. I just well make it 6, Daryl.
Staggering.
180.
Absolutely wonderful darts. Mesmerising darts. Beautiful darts.
84.
Oh, come on, Daryl.
141.
This is the most important dart on a 9-darter for me. He's on for it. It's double 18. It's the perfect 9-darter. He's been threatening all day. Daryl Pilgrim, what a sensational finish. What a match. Just the most incredible moment here at the MODUS Super Series. Scott, what have we just witnessed?
Max.
180. 140.
Nearly followed by one of Lipscomb's own. And Sherrick is continuing upon a road towards perfection. That's a second max in succession. Never has it been done on television by a female player before. Fallon Sherrick wants treble 19. And now double 12 to become the first ever female player to hit a televised 9-dart finish. Fallon Sherrick is a history maker once again.
Yeah, we're still here with our voices. It was an amazing moment in MODUS Super Series history. 118.
First leg, it's Denny to throw first.
Set the record
Game
average
on.
and lose the game. I mean, you know, it was 2 from 10 on the doubles for Pilgrim in that game, and that's probably the story of why maybe he lost. But
45.
Yeah, fantastic one. One that sticks in the memory, that one for a while. And I'm sure it will do the two players. Particularly Scott Taylor. We're winning it with 100 average.
140.
Just watching the highlights back there. What a buzz it gave just the commentary team here. Never mind the dart player himself, but it's going to be hard for him to sort of get back to where he was. But one of his strengths really is his focus and how calm and composed he is. And you need all them attributes when you're hitting 9-darters. But now it's back to, I think you take an 85 average and a win here.
99.
We travelled, Daryl and I had travelled back together in the taxi back to the airport from one of the qualifiers for the Euro Tours, the associate qualifiers out there in Hildesheim. And And he said he's got a 9-darter in him, that's for sure. You know, he does them at home a lot, and he's got one that will be televised, and he's just sort of performed and done exactly what he told me he was going to do, you know, a few weeks ago.
No, it's a frightening, absolutely frightening what he's producing today.
180. Now you're
Just
requiring
him.
82.
Already 2 180s in this leg. If you're back in 180s today, you're in with a shout as Daryl Pilgrim looks at tops for the first leg.
Game show on the first
12
leg.
darter.
Daryl Pilgrim.
Just getting better and better and better. And if you are gambling, please remember 18 plus, gamble responsibly.
Second against Daryl to throw first.
Gambleaware.org. Can we invite Scott Mitchell every day?
96.
Yeah, I'm up for it. You know, I'm up for it. But I mean, I was just coming back down the stairs and I saw a pair of boxing gloves on the wall there in a frame. And I was thinking,
100.
everybody's got their gloves off today, mate. Nobody needs them.
Yes, gloves are off, and it's tungsten tossing of the very highest quality today. And like I said, when the first one goes in,
140.
Usually replicates there. Oh, just looking at his 180s, he had 8 yesterday. He's already had 8 going into this game. He's had 9, 17 180s.
100.
Daryl Pilgrim. Both players averaging over 100 already. Yes, it's early.
133.
If I want to get excited, I will. Yeah.
That 180 stat is just a crazy mad stat.
I don't think I've had 17 180s this year, Scott.
I don't even think I've had them in a month.
180. Now you're 132.
And that's counting my opponent's ones against me as well.
Treble 19. And that was the perfect marker for the bull. So
52.
Did open for him.
Then he
But
was
Denny Aldercoulter, every
121.
question that's been asked of Denny this week, he's had answers for. He's probably got the toughest opposition right now. We'll really see what they're making of him. Again, fantastic
Now we
setup.
require
80 is never easy. You're always thinking when you're first at, you must stay straight.
Game show on the second.
Straight as a die.
Daryl Pilgrim.
And that thing must feel like the size of a house now. He's 2 from 2 on the doubles. He's hit a 9-darter and he's hit an under an 18 average.
Feel like it's
Look at
Denny
these
to
two
throw
going at
first.
it again. That double top and that treble 20 must look like it. When you've hit 17 180, it must be
97.
It must be the size of a barn door.
Series 5, Week 2, Group A. Records being broken left, right and centre. And compliment with a 9-darter from this man. You wouldn't know by the look of him. Like I said, the adrenaline surging through his body now is how you've got to manage it. You've got to be versatile. You've got to be really calm and composed to be a dart player. To
60.
have that 9-dart, then come back a game after. Like I said, this is a real testament to be hit to him against the top of the table, Denny Aldercoulter, and he's leading 2-0 and smashing the treble 20 bed still.
180.
I know it's probably a stupid time to ask you, Scott, but who do you
83.
fancy from this week, Saturday night? Looking at Group B, C, and what you've seen today.
Before the 9-darters and all these 180s, I said Daryl Pilgrim at the start. And if he sort of messed up, then the 2 Dutch guys would be right there to jump on it. Is that number 19?
That's just that 100, 180, 180. That's number 19, 180s.
57. W required 41.
That's 11 180s today. As he looks at a big 9. Surely the double 16 would be straightforward.
Game show on the third leg. Daryl Pilgrim.
Unbelievable. 118.88 average last time. He's slacking. 118.66 now. He needs to sort himself out.
Game on. $140.
We've got to get excited right about now because he's only potentially 9 darts away. I mean, the highest record going into the MODUS Super Series history was it the opening match in Southampton? Jason Asker with 118.44. Right now, Daryl is on the cusp. He's on the precipice and he's hitting the treble 20 bed.
131.
Fantastic darts again. He's just shy of
of 121 average.
36.
Are we going to see more history made here today at the MODUS Super Series HQ?
180.
So, is he going to go for the ball, surely? I mean, if we're going for averages, you just well go for the ball. He's set on 124.72.
100. Now we require 50.
For the match. And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Daryl Pilgrim with the
Daryl
record
Pilgrim.
average here at the MODUS Super Series of 122.69. Have it. Unbelievable dart from Daryl Pilgrim as he looks up there. You've broke the record, Daryl. 122.69. And Boring does. I loves the checkout ratio. 4 from 4. The man has been absolutely sensational today. A 9 darter and now a record breaker here at the MODUS Super Series. It's